buying. No. So let me think. What do I want on it? Physical crit. I mean, mostly crit damage, right? Ooh. %, attack and cast speed. Let's just stick to it for now.
Please select the calibration intensity for invincibility number 2.
Oh, wow. Okay, so that's about. And how much does it become with the borax? Is it 2 trillion or not?
Please select the calibration intensity for invincibility number 2.
Nearly 2 trillion, but not there. So what do we need for our lost memory? Mighty expensive, eh? Let's take a look at what my crit rating is. Should be around 85%.
When can I get an epic fight,
A
Valka?
little bit low.
I really can't wait any longer.
Shall I keep rolling this? I mean, it's such a good roll. Oh, really? Oh, no. Oh, wow. No, no. Come on, man. Sheesh. We want attack critical strike damage or physical skill critical strike damage. That's what we want. Sadly, it's not being very cooperative here. Not erosion, buddy. I mean, it just made me use hundreds of FE. Physical damage. I'm guessing that's going to perform better than the attack speed.
Please select the calibration intensity for invincibility number 2.
So it was 330. Let's see if that was better. We are trying the attack damage versus... It actually is not doing better. Or is it? I felt like it should be doing better. It isn't. But not by much. Take a look at this. It was 330 billion. We went only up to 350 billion. Right? That's it. And we swapped 18% attack speed with physical damage. I just don't know why it wouldn't roll the thing though. Let me run a few maps first. The old slates are still not selling, which is pretty tiresome. Okay, so we are on about 60%, which means we need a little above 40 maps.
Keep fighting from victory to victory.
Oh. Oh.
The hearty Falga battle indeed.
Starting off with purple is always good. Let's do this one, I think. There is probably not much going on there.
Enjoy this moment. The champion deserves the honor.
Those two bosses were surprising. I mean, and when we walked them at the same time with a decent count, they should have provided a little bit more. I guess it's a little XP. I think I wanna tone down the zoom a little.
Keep fighting from victory to victory.
I'll go in this once more. So what do we have? Okay. Quantity, quantity, quantity. Double blah blah. Okay. Store for this. And now let's go in. That was so much money we used on rerolling that memory. And for some reason we couldn't get anything that we wanted. 15 additional scraps. Go. Yeah, we are spending scraps like mad now. And if we ever get the other memory, we'll spend even more. Yep. Yep. That was around 350 and not bad. No, just this one.
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor and shame.
Keep on running, keep on running. Oh. Well, entering that breath like there is nothing. So good.
Never felt better.
Removes one bubble. Obviously, that's best. Oh yes, because this beauty will never get old. 50 FE from a single drop. So good.
Enjoy this moment. The champion deserves the honor.
Let's do like 2 more maps and go inside once more. Then we can pick up the rerolling.
When can I get an epic fight? I really can't wait any longer.
Okay, that's actually correct. What? Why can I link it? Interesting. Still too early, I think.
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor and shame.
10. So we are making a, I think, decent bit of money from this. Celestial River, more like Celestial Garbage.
Never felt better.
This maniacal laugh, man.
If you want to grow taller,
Oh, good lord, please shut up.
if you want to get rich, be ready to dream of flowing water.
These are not very good.
What did you just dream of?
Okay, we got 2 purples. For some reason, the
Falga battle indeed.
dream trinkets are on the fall and the armors on the rise.
Enjoy this moment. The
I'm hoping it will recover at some point, but yeah, doesn't look like. So memories. Let's go memories, I guess. I don't like memories too much, and at this point we need a ton of scraps.
conflicts carry the weight of both honor and shame.
It was so weird to have like 1.5% XP at level 96, but I mean at 95, and at 96 we have just a little bit lower. So weird. I feel like it should have dropped much more. I'm thankful it didn't, but I guess that's how I leveled, right? So it's just a little bit harder than getting 96. That's it. Randomly changes. Okay, let's do that. And when this is getting as unimpressive as it can. Okay, let's do those elites. Oh.
The hardy. Indeed. Keep fighting from victory to victory.
And enjoy this moment. The champion deserves the honor.
Oh. I did forget to select him. So these books, what I want is that one into this one. We don't have too many ultimate embers, so it's gonna cost. That's gonna cost a lot, I feel. Maybe it's best if we buy the memory.
Please select the calibration intensity for invincibility number 2.
Yeah.
I am the strongest warrior in Valgong. Who dares to face me?
Yeah, that's what we are kind of going for. That's the cheapest, eh? Okay, daily login.
Ah, now.
Kind of gives nothing, but I guess free is free. Shop Shindies, no. I mean, this garbage that we have isn't selling, is destroying me. I'll just retire you, buddy. Let's try something that sells. Okay, these invitations. Oh my god! I mean, why is everything dropping so hard? How am I supposed to obtain the things that I need? This is insane. Wow. Everything is dropping so hard. Why are they so wordless, man? Insane. Okay, let's just keep going. Can we do this? I think we could. So after we level, I'm going to start putting in the last one as well. Wimp.
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor and shame.
Never felt better.
Yeah, a bigger drop would be very nice here. If we could. You know, I am sitting a lot of money, but you know, I have a lot of dream thingy trinkets, but they have been getting lower and lower in price, so I didn't want to, you know, use them. Removes one bubble that is purple or better. Removes one bubble that's two that are blue or better, I guess. Maybe we can get something that's higher than blue. Obviously not. So yeah, dreams haven't been doing it for us. I mean, if only, you know, the match December, you know, everything dropping so hard in price is making stuff so hard. Scraps. Bonus.
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor and shame.
Something that does anything good. Purple or better? Yeah, thank you. I was just hoping for this really. Something that is a little better than purple. Oh, incoming money, gentlemen, and that's the 50. Yep. That revive thing is insane. For some reason it keeps your stack alive or something. Yeah, the drop score really insane after that.
And enjoy this moment. The champion deserves the honor.
Oh, 250. 122 actually fee. Whoa, the hell is that, man? Woo. Okay.
A battle indeed. Keep fighting from victory to victory.
But the invitations, I mean, everything is dropping in price. It's so toxic. And the stuff that you want to buy doesn't. And the memory is still costing 4,000 at level 1, which means I will have to reroll it. That's like 300 FE or more.
Now let's have a real vulgar challenge.
No sales are destroying my life here. Doesn't it doesn't annoy me so much. Yeah, take a look at this. That's like 1,000. Okay, it's been recovering a little. Oh, wow, but the amount of raw FE we just got, that was insane. So how are these? So I have a lot of these. I would like to sell them, but yeah, the prices are always low. I guess I could sell them if they ever hit 0.1 back again. I have like 4,000 on the other character, I think, something like that. Okay, so this is stuff is disgusting, right? I'm disgusted by this. None of it's being sold. I mean, the amount I earn gets lower and lower, whereas the stuff that I get stands where it was. So yeah, it does make obtaining stuff much harder. And also stuff not selling, I have a very hard time making room for stuff. Okay. So at 4,000 we can consider going for that memory. Okay, let's get to the other side. Wow, that revive, man. 125 if you saw in a single go. So good.
Keep fighting from victory to victory.
I mean, sure. This is not a. I guess one FE is one FE.
Enjoy this.
Not converting the scraps that we get from here to cash is also, of course, slowing us down, slowing our earnings down. Okay, let's go. So 97 looks like it's happening. But, we are pretty safe. Memory threads, memory threads, memory threads. No, thank you. Pass. It's not too much of a problem. Thank you very much. Give me the loot. Normally, we do use these scraps to make a little bit of money, right? And not a little bit actually, right? It's like, it's a little bit above 5 FE per map actually. When you convert them, but yeah, right now we are not converting, okay? Let's keep doing this. We should be getting in the dream soon, if not right now. I guess right now is the thing. Yep. So it's awful, very bad. Very, very bad.
Never felt better.
Okay. I mean, I'll get happy. Whatever we can hit. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Two FE isn't the best. I guess it's something. Wimp. So when the quality of your bubbles is low, it doesn't really matter if the pet procs and you get additional bubbles. You just don't have anything worth anything. I'm just looking here, but
Never felt better.
okay, I guess that was maybe like 15 FE. No, absolutely very bad, but of course at least it wasn't 0. So the problem with the dream is, guys, so we know the Void Pirates, right? You enter once every 3 maps. It's solid, right? This one is very variant, right? There's a lot of variance involved. It's like every 6 to 8 maps or so. And obviously because it does take longer to pay off, so you kind of want a big payout when it happens. Like 10, 15 FE is laughable. But yesterday we did get very lucky, and I had an I'm not exaggerating. About a 1,500 FE run, single run. Yeah, like 4 or 5 rainbow bubbles. It was insane. So I didn't activate. I'm just doing this for a little bit of XP. I don't think these buildings are worth activating, but it's XP, I guess. Everybody, you are bombarding, but you are not dropping anything. Okay, so. Let's do the thing. Our main money maker. What do you mean insufficient? Shut up. 11 does sound good. So the loot gets amplified by the amount of statues you hit. So it's important that you try to hit as many statues as you can. So 2 streaks of 8 do not produce the same result as a 12 and a 4, right? A 12 and a 4 is better. Scraps doubled up. Yeah, we will need a lot of scraps because these have been, the memories have not been cooperative.
Never felt better.
Quantity, yeah. And normally we go for scraps, but I'm going extra hard for scraps at this point because we are trying to buy the other memory. Stuff not selling is very damaging. Which level does my purse have now? How do I tell? The frustration level, guys, I'm getting here. No, I have stuff to sell, and they are getting lower and lower and lower and lower in value constantly. On top of it, nothing sells, so I can't. I don't have the room to sell them. Yeah. Frustration is on a different level. Wow, drops from 70s. Take a look at this. Last one I sold was 68. Hmm. How much are these Vorax small ones? Oh, they are not worth a lot.
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor and shame.
Yeah. They're not providing anything was sad. Let me not do that garbage mechanic. Oh, I would push it maybe, you know, if the leveling was, you know, a little bit risky. You know, so you know, we would enter a fewer number of maps before we level, but I don't think there is a need for that. Okay, finally. Was I almost dying there? Wow, that's impressive.
Fighting from victory to victory.
11. And immediate paid off.
Enjoy this moment. The champion deserves the honor.
Sadly, it's not the fees. Dazzling Lunestone is very nice. That's the top quality compass. Sadly, that's the one worth 70. Used to be worth 70. Now it's worth a little bit.
Wimp.
I'm gonna be glad when these did level very slowly. So they should be actually worth a lot, I would say, on level 20. You know, compared to level 1, I think it should be, you know, pretty high. Because, yeah, boy, was I wrong yesterday. It doesn't level like a normal skill. 98% quantity, rarity. I mean, I don't like it, but I guess, you know, it's a legendary one. Finally, man. It's a bit of money. Okay. So these. We need these. Can sell. You have to go for the lower prices. Fine fella sent me something. What's me? Okay. Oh, more strength. I see. Hmm. Whoa. Okay. That does look good. I mean, that does look good. Can it replace my other one? But we are going to lose out on that sweet one tenacity blessing thingies. Hmm. some stuff is clunky here.
Now let's have a real Valga challenge.
So let me take a look at this. I really need a few sales. Keep this up.
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor and shame.
So right now we are saving up for the memory, but because we cannot sell stuff, it is taking a long time. We actually have the goods, right? And we can afford it if our goods were selling, but so okay, that's a little bit okay. So we want to add as many bubbles as we can. Sadly, wow. So the best thing I can do is I can replicate one frigging white. I do not have black seal, do I? Wow. I'm actually using an almond phase to duplicate a white. So guys, this this almond that we have selected, this starting bonus that we have selected, asks for very hard to fill our bubble slots. Yeah. So you just go for stuff that has the highest amount. So level 98 is actually going to be big for us if we can get there, but
Enjoy this moment. The champion deserves the honor.
so if it is similar to level 97 and doesn't get much worse compared to the previous level, I think it's actually doable. Right? This was nearly 100 maps, and because we have gotten tankier, dying is quite out of the question, which is very nice, right? And this is the difficult level that we'll be staying in. I mean, the best or the worst I can do is going to be add one more layer of resonances that will give 15% more quantity. Yesterday I had gotten a decent memory that sold for about 200. That was great. Yeah. Sadly, we have not been hitting it big, right? Okay. 3.4k. Really? So at 5? Yeah, I think just gonna let it go now. That's nice. I mean, how is this losing so much value? I just don't understand. And the thing is, guys, it's everything, right? It's not the one thing. The one thing drops value, sure. Everything is losing value very hard. Take a look at this. I have sold this at 15.9, and 3 days ago I was selling them at 20 each. What the hell is going on? Okay, let's try this. I got like 4. I'll try them at 6 to 2.5, which would be 250. Yeah, and these are very good money. So the thing is, these are not only very good money, these are also very common, would be an exaggeration, but they are, you do find them every once and then, right? I mean, something worth 60 being found every once and then is pretty nice. Okay. So let's hope these sell.
You've gone gently
Let's take a look if we have any better memories. This one is perfect, right? So what do I want? I want the crescent thingy and I want the flower thingy. I don't have any, really. So these are both blue, right? Lowest quality, but they have dual radius. So that's the best thing that we... Oh my god, I have another Lunar Rhapsody with dual radius. Can I transfer this? You know, I don't have the heart to disenchant this. Whoa. Dang. Wow. I cannot transfer this to the main, I think. Okay.
You've gone gently into the night, like a lost note finally finding its place in the score. My bard, my moon. I stand before you, yet you remain just beyond my...
Okay. Okay. One radius. So thing is, guys, you know, normally it feels like, you know, from blue to orange, you will be getting an upgrade. No, right? The bonus is the exact same. What you get is stronger modifier. So the lunar radius thing can become 0.30 instead of 0.20. However, mine has 0.40 and this one has, you know, maximum charges, which I don't care about. Right? The radius is all that I care about. So, you know, we want these two with dual radius. That's what I want. Right? And of course, not very easy to hit. Okay. So I really hate that, you know, my previous divinity things are not selling. You know, it's a very bad feeling. It feels a very nasty taste in the mouth because, you know, you do pay for them, right? And you are going to lose money, but it's like, no, you are going to lose all of the money because, you know, they won't sell. I know, rest assured, I am pricing them on the lower range and constantly reducing the price. And, you know, I am trying to sell them for much lower than what I bought them for, right? That is one of the toxic thing about this game. So in Path of Exile, if you shopped smartly, you would be able to sell the stuff that you bought at a price similar to what you bought it for. And thing is, because there is no commission, right? You just lose no money, basically.
Enjoy this moment. The champion deserves the honor.
In here, not only you sell the stuff for cheaper, please not one. Please not one. Please not one. 1 to 3 purple or better, 1 purple. And thing is, guys, because they are going to get upgraded by 2 tiers, purple means red for me. So I didn't care that it was not better than purple, but what I do care about that it is 1. Right? That's a huge problem. How will I ever get to 12 like this? I don't understand the drop of the prices in the Dream Trinket thingies though. They were like 26 and a half, and now they are not selling for 27. I mean 23. Okay, a little bit more. We hit 3.7k. That's nice. Yeah, it's recovering again. I guess I should be selling at 24 if I can. So there is these, there are these, there are those. What can I sell? 5. Okay, so hey, it's Torchlight Infinite. Rebel Devils. Is that Path of Exile? Where are you from? I couldn't remember. I'll go 7. Oh, Join the... Why is everything sinking? God. The name sounded familiar. I'm guessing Path of Exile? Rabble. I mean, I fully invite you to play this. Yeah, let's be petty and try to make a little bit profit on the side. I couldn't. Okay. Oh, you're right. Oh, really? Wow. How'd you find me? You dropped by? No, that we don't care about that. Torchlight Infinite, yeah. I mean, I don't know, of course, if it speaks to you.
Carry the weight of both honor and shame.
Nice to meet you, John. Okay. I mean, I don't know if ARPGs speak to you. Hey, those are a little bit money. Nice. Okay. Whoa, nice. That's the map's bonus. We are getting green talking stuff. Oh, 50 FE. I love it, man.
Never felt better.
So I had a very lame thought to make a little bit of money. Okay. This is going not bad, actually. I'll be honest. What if I sell my level 20 precise superpowers in favor of... Adds 2 bubbles. Yes, please. Yes. So guys, we want to hit 12 cubes here. Oh no. Very long time. 3 years? Maybe? Since I quit? No, I might have exaggerated. You know, we can actually pinpoint it. When Diablo's expansion came out, that's when approximately stopped. I mean, the stream and raid, they both, you know, went hand in hand. I mean, I stopped streaming raid and I stopped playing raid. Oh yes, it's coming, and I played pretty hard. I don't know if you browsed the channel, but I have hundreds of Path of Exile videos. Yeah. But if you are enjoying Path of Exile, you can play this as well. I mean, if the ARPG genre speaks to you. I mean, so this is not... So for me, it's a main game right now, and I'm surprised. But normally, you know, if you like ARPGs, you know, there is Diablo, there is, you know, Path of Exile, and this is something a bit of a palate cleanser, right? You play this in between. However, it did... Oops. Let me see. So let me...
Who dares to face me?
I'm going to lose a lot of erosion resistance. That's a problem. And I'm going to lose 1 max tenacity. I could, of course, always re-roll one of the lightning resistances on my gear into erosion, I suppose. So what happens if I try this? Let's... Yeah, I mean, as I said, in the channel I already have hundreds of videos, but okay, so let's take a look at my resistances. I'm overshooting this by 6. I'm overshooting this by 33 freaking percent. I'm overshooting this by 24%, and this is undershot by a ton. Okay. Okay.
Drink.
So the cold is pure overshoot. And what is the point if I roll that cold into erosion? Because that's going to cost me. That's going to cost me a lot. So how much was I overshooting the cold by? 33%. So if I roll that cold resistance away from it now and hit erosion, that's gonna be almost there. I think for the time being we stick to our old boy. But let's just keep it. Definitely worth keeping in mind. 2 to 5 fire damage per 8 strength. And mine is 2 to 5 per 10 strength, which means, considering I have a whopping 3600 strength, that would be triggering this bonus 360 times, and the other thing would be triggering this bonus 450 times. I mean, that's a lot of damage difference actually. But we will be losing out on the armor. How much armor will we be losing out on? Actually, not that much. Okay. I think that we should be doing that swap after I'm able to afford the memory. Nothing is selling again. Oh, come on, I put these cheap. Screw you, game. See ya, see ya. Drop by everyone and then Rebel. Thank you. Okay, let's go. Try to level up.
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor
Okay,
and
so
shame.
that's 10%. Let's kill the dream fellas. They can drop. Okay. At least. And we are making little sales. So right now it's interesting. We are actually making a lot of money from actual FE drops. And I'm curious to see if we'll be able to handle the profound in its utmost glory, you know, with maximum amount of resonators. 2 purples. Okay, no. So we are up to 10 bubbles, which means that we have a chance of 80% chance of upgrading every single bubble by 2 tiers, which means purples will be red, orange will be red as well. You cannot go beyond red unless the omen specifically says that it will upgrade to. But you know, this sharp decline in price, tiresome. Okay. Another boss. Oh yes. Let's go. Give me some void invitations that are worth 30 now. It did give me an invitation. It actually gave me multiple invitations, which is nice. Okay. So that's like 3.9k. It's actually improving faster than I expected to, because as I said, we are getting a lot of FE in drops. Back to 24 yet? Let's try to sell something. Okay. So we have 11 invitations now. I guess I will have to make peace. Even if it works. But that's a nice chunk, right? 330 is very nice. Is that any valuable? Ooh, what the hell? Uh-huh. I might have missed this. Wow, didn't know it was that valuable. Let's try something like 287. Nice. So we wanna, do we have any of the entering dream chance reduced, entering nightmare chance reduced rather? We don't have any. We don't have any. Okay. Let's stick to what we have then. So I'm hoping to not enter the nightmare now. 40%, it's a serious chance. We need to win this coin flip. And we did nice. So if I can add 2 bubbles now, it's gonna be good. I don't care which kind at this point. I just wanna be able to add the 2 bubbles. Okay, the invitations have sold, which means we can afford the memory. I will need every single scrap, I feel. Oh, what did I do? Hold up, what the hell?
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor
Okay.
and shame. Enjoy this moment. The champion
We lost
deserves
all of our stacks, sadly. Okay, now we should be able to afford that memory. And we should have enough to at least upgrade it to its max level. And we'll see about it. Right, about the rerolls. That will require doing a lot of maps, I'm afraid. Okay. So let's see. Okay. And back to being broke again.
Drink.
Okay. Now. Bang. Okay. This should be enough. Thankfully, I did save a ton. And as you can see, okay, I'll stick to this one. That doesn't do it for us. That's actually good, but we want it on tier 0, guys. So, so many. Wow. Okay, so. Let me see. So of course, when you're doing the memories, there is also that, you are spending a ton of scraps, so actually cuts into your. Okay, so let's see how this goes. It should add some damage at the very least. We were on 300. Okay, that's a little more than a little bit of damage. 400 million. Okay. That's the ignite, right? And we are keeping it up permanently. Okay. Oh, I did forget.
Please select the calibration intensity for invincibility number 2.
So when we roll this memory right, when we roll both of these memories right, that's going to be even better a little bit. Interesting. Does it go up to 400 billion now? It does, but slowly. Okay.
I am the strongest warrior in Malgong. Who dares to face me?
Okay, actually, I think we can do this now. And I lose out on a little bit of armor because right now we have insane amount of armor. Yeah. So we can lose a little bit armor for favor of damage. So this should be, it's hard to tell, but 420 or so at least, I think. 450 would be too much. No, it wouldn't be too much. Oh, actually, it made a difference. Wow, 470. Okay, let's see if it goes a little bit. Let me try the War Axe 2 just to see how it goes.
Please select the calibration intensity for invincibility number 2.
So it should be 2.5 trillion or so, I would say, at least. I want to see 2.5, but it's been denying me. Yeah. Dang, stubborn bastard. Okay, so what we wanna do right now is, oh, we lost a little bit of life. How did we lose life though? Okay, so hold on. How the hell did we lose life? Strength was the same. Armor gives us life. Because the life was around, 11k. It's not a problem, I think. 10.6k is fine. Resistance are a little bit awful. Let's see. That's overcapped by 20. That's overcapped. That's undercapped by 5 actually. That's undercapped by 2. And that's, these are pretty close to where they want to be. Okay, yeah. So, okay, let's not be lazy and do this. So at this point, what I want is to make a little bit more money so I can reroll my stuff a little bit better. What about this? That's it. Yeah. And back to 180, whatever it is. Dang. Okay. So let me not interrupt myself and farm properly. Okay, let's go to like 20 maps.
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor and shame.
Oh yes, GG. Barely got there. So now we don't care. And because it doesn't matter. I didn't go in, okay. We were able to get 12. Maybe we can get something that upgrades qualities. So right now, guys, anything purple or better, we do not care about their upgrades because they will all become red. But anything below purple, that's actually going to mean a lot, right? So there is no harm, of course. So we got stuff worth like 80 there. Right? I wouldn't say it's bad. Okay, removes one bubble, has two, no. Removes one bubble, that adds, okay, so that's good, right? So my question though, the game is a little bit stupid. Will this work? Because the way that I remember the animation goes is that it deletes first, but it doesn't immediately get deleted, right? It has a cross on it. So I'm not very sure if this can actually add the bubble. So I'll just go save, and that helped, right? Because that blue is going to become orange. What we would have loved would be any of the blue ones being upgraded to purple, because that would have meant another red. But it could have been worse if it hit the orange or the purple ones. So 25% does nothing. 33% does something that is moderately useful, and what remains, 42%, it was going to do something good. Didn't. No problem though. Okay, now we need thousands and thousands of scraps, and that is of course going to slow our money making, right? Because scraps are doodly. Hello, hey, how's it going, buddy? Did you go away? You haven't, but it does look like. Scraps, yeah. So at this point we are very heavily invested in scraps, because I was barely able to max my memories, both of them. But the third one has decent rolls, but the second one has garbage. So on this one we have these. So these are not bad. Hey, you're here. Okay. So I was referring to, YouTube was not showing me a viewer. How's it going, Doodle? You play this one? If you aren't, and if you are into ARPGs, I can definitely recommend it, because it's one of those games that looks bad, or on the get-go, right? I mean, it's pay to win, etc. But it's not that bad, and it's actually pretty enjoyable, right? I mean, Diablo 4 was so bad, I actually got pretty invested into this, and I have placed a personal goal for myself, so I'm pursuing that right now. So we should not fool around and level. So I feel like I'm getting close. I'm getting close to my goal, but need a little bit more. Life dropped a little bit, eh? Okay. Let's go. We just spam maps. That's not good. What do we have? Let's go. Okay, now we are going in. Was that a Sale? No. I'm daydreaming. Okay, now we go in. Let's do dream. So we are going to 1 red. That's worthless. There are 2 reds that are good. This is pretty good. So if you can feel that, I find that a pretty nice starter. Oh, you played. Oh. Oh, nice. I played it chromatic shot as well. I got to like 10 trillion. Actually, a little bit higher even. Until, you know, the character still exists. I didn't disrupt anything. But, you know, it was very, very squishy and getting on my nerves big time. So, yeah, so because you play, you will understand. My goal is to do SS20, right? And when I had a good character, maybe it was not the best call, but I kind of wanted to do this. So yeah, working on it now.
Keep fighting from victory to victory.
So this is profound, by the way. Okay, he is chasing pretty hard. Not having the arrows is somewhat tiresome. One of the downsides. It does disappear the arrows, okay? Take a look at this. So tanky. 3 armors. So armors have been gaining a lot of value, so I don't mind. Armors have been going up to like 9 or something from 6. That's the only thing that I generate constantly that has gained value. Everything else has been going much lower. And that's done.
The hardy Falga battle indeed.
Oh yes. Oh. That's like 500. 40, 300, 340, 50. Yeah. So all in all, I think it's around 400, which is pretty good. Yeah. So you think I should spam you guys with some, you know, Torchlight Infinite videos? I have been mum on it. And you know, the game is very complicated. If you played, you know, right? And sadly, especially on, you know, in English, there are not way too many guides out there, right? So for example, I was searching for something the other day, nothing. I couldn't find even a bad guide. It just is unexplained. Yeah, this is a good build. And you know, so for example, that breath touches me on the Thea, you know, just a single tick, you're dead. And this guy just does not care too much.
Never felt better.
Scraps, I need them. Those shards pelting are insta-kill for the Thea.
Keep fighting from victory to victory.
Oh. You know, I know that you can press A to loot, but... Oh god. You have just blown my... You know what I thought was? Oh god. I thought you need to do mouse over and press A. And you know, I was like, what's the point of this stupid feature? And now I realize I am the stupid one. Oh god. I thought you had to mouse over and press A. And you know. Oh. Actually, hold up. So let me try to get used to that. control settings. So you know I'm a left-handed fella and I'm holding the mouse with the left hand. So okay, so no, it didn't loot them all. Oh, I have to do it one by one for different kinds of items. It's still much better than what I've been doing though. Yeah. I mean, it's a good thing. And the thing is, when I click on it, I have to mouse over. That's the power of A. Whoa. Whoa. This is so good. So you have to click it multiple times. Oh, it's bad like this though. Okay, I got it. Clicking is better. So you have to press Alt again to make the memory scraps visible, or otherwise it just does them one by one. Okay, that's fair though. I mean, it's still much better than what I was doing. So you think you guys are ready to be bombarded with videos from this? Okay, this is very toxic. I hate it. I haven't been able to sell my stuff. Okay. Take a look at this. These have been losing value, so I can't sell them. I mean, that's like more than 1,000 here. Nice, thank you. So you got the 200 billion. I'm on, so you know, for mapping I'm using Eternity, and for finally for mapping I'm using Eternity, and for bosses I use a crafted Vorax belt. I'm doing around 400 billion with Eternity, and around 2.5 trillion with the Vorax belt. But right now, I just upgraded my memories and went full broke as usual. Like that. So we are doing the Void Pirates things to
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor and shame.
so because I'm using Eternity, it does pick up slowly. Well, not very slowly, but you know, once it picks up, you become a god. Nothing happens. Just upgrade the memory, so I went broke. I bought them for like 7,000 or something. Okay. Starting off with a purple is nice. That's garbage. That's not bad. That's not good. Hold up. That's not that garbage actually. That's terrible. That's the worst there is. Okay, 3 different types. I'm guessing. So this is just gonna give us 1 random red bubble. It's so bad. That's because you know getting 6 is very hard. I'll just go for this. Take a look at this now. Isn't it insane? Bye-bye, gentlemen. Off you go. And map.
Never felt better.
I did ish. I have for the Thea, I have the top ones. I have Dreamweaver.
Enjoy this moment. The champion
I have Iron Lion and Preserver of Eternity. For this fella, I'm actually missing a few. But you know, I'm thinking about saving up a little bit and you know buying the city boost. So I did city 6. Let's now do
conflicts carry the weight of both honor and shame.
a few maps and try to level up. I'll do this because we have a nice bonus here from the Dream Monsters. They can drop Dream Talking. bang. But I'm making a pretty decent bit of money from this. Okay. Black sail, that is purple or better. I don't have black sail, so that's going to mean a red. Okay. Please, something that's better than purple, yeah. Would have been very nice if you had some orange or anything. We played this, eh, dude? Nice. Yeah. So this season it clicked for me. I played Vorax a little bit. The mechanic felt very cluttered and I disliked it quite hard. So I'm guessing it's a good idea to save several thousands of memory scraps before we start, because it's gonna be frustrating. So I haven't been able to roll the thing that I wanted. What I want is attack or physical strike, attack or physical critical strike damage. Yeah, especially with the eternity. So plan is to get ourselves some scraps now and level also. So the stream is, not looking very good. Could be a thing. Some drops would be somewhat welcome, gentlemen. Randomization tool, no. Cube is not a good kind. Shall we try this? So I have 3 kinds of bubbles here. Removes 1 bubble. I hope it doesn't remove this one. Cube. Can we get 6 kinds? I don't think so, but let's try it. Okay. It removed gear, so we lost 1 kind and got another kind, so it doesn't help. Okay, Deep Space Beacon is nice. These are worth, used to be 40. Now I'm sure it's less, as with everything else. Alright. Ooh, 84% chance of scraps being multiplied thrice? Sign me up. Please. This maniacal love. So you think I should do, guides on the game and guides on, the build? Okay. It's not going just yet. Okay, it's going now. Please. Rock and give me many scraps. I'm in need of thousands upon thousands. Okay, so yeah, the problem with auto loot here is that there are a lot of invisible memory scraps on the ground and it picks them up one by one. But I think if I do this, more scraps. I will have to do this. That did it. I think that did it. And I think I might pick out some garbage. No big deal. Okay, let's just keep doing the maps up, right? Oh, what the hell? I mean, let's see. I like these, you know, one time confusion cards. I should try to get used to the auto loot, by the way. Well, not auto loot, but you know.
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor and shame.
Gimme. Well, this is actually pretty good. You know, if I can get used to it, because I have been playing it the wrong way. Wow. Wow. I mean, if I can get used to it, it's a huge difference. It is so hard to click on that, you know, one memory scrap when you are traveling at the speed of light. Wow. I need to get used to this. You have done me a huge favor. Thank you, man. Also, thank you for stopping by. These days I'm quite lonely.
The champion deserves the honor.
Scraps, please. More and more scraps, please. Give me the scraps. Give me the scraps. Nice. You did stop early though, 200 billion. So that freaking stupid bonus gave us nothing. Supposed to drop fluorescent memories. I don't think we have got anything that's worthy of anything. Garbage. Take a look at this. I have been being petty and making a small profit on these. You know, this garbage move. I'm a little bit embarrassed, but I still do it. So, you know, you exchange 9 of these for 100. So if you buy them at, you know, 11 each, you turn a profit of 1 every 9 that you buy.
Clear away the haze to reveal the truth of the era of the 6 gods.
You think so? I hope so, but you know, the impression that I have been getting from the people is that, you know, they like the, you know, information I provide, but not very much so the actual stream. Okay, this is garbage. Let's re-roll this. So have you worked everything out in the game? Because, you know, there is a lot to work out. So the grand plan right now is to hit level 97, which we are close to. We need about 20 maps. After that, I'm going to, you know, do something daring and actually can I get away with this? I don't think I can. So there's just 3 kinds. So after I level, I will. So I don't know if you tried, but when you put all the resonators in, right? The last one is actually very nasty. I mean, it does extremely nasty things. So with the Thea, I couldn't do it. Right? With the chromatic shot, I couldn't do it. Because, you know, it would put up stuff that would, you know, break the build immediately. For example, you know, with that build, you know, we reserve our life, right? And, you know, it would do stuff like, you know, rare monsters will get a modifier that applies a damage over time effect to you that ignores energy shield. buddy, I have like 15 HP. 15. Everything is reserved. Anything that bypasses the energy shield, I'm insta dead.
Enjoy this moment. The champion deserves the honor.
My first season as well. No, not in the literal sense, but okay. So that is going to give me 2 purple ones, and that's why. So guys, this one is the reason that you wanna get, you know, 1 high rarity instead of, you know, multiple garbage. Right? So this is going to give me 2 purples. I guess I'll go for it. It's not very good. Okay, so we have officially hit 80, which means we are about 20 maps short. On 200 billion. On 200 billion, you cannot do profound comfortably. I mean, the thing is, if you were doing 200 billion with chromatic shot, that was your understanding of doing it comfortably, but that's not comfortable here. Because, you know, I did something similar, so I knew getting to profound was important, so I forced myself and I climbed to profound at 100 billion. And you know, contrary to what people said, you can actually do it, right? And I didn't feel it was too much of a hassle, but you know, then I got 200 billion, 500 billion, trillions, and I'm like, oh, this is different, because you know, you just touch them and they insta die. I mean, I will show you there. Oh, Erika, I see. So it's my first season. I don't know how strong that character is.
Conflicts carry the weight of both
Oh, we
honor
didn't
and
go in
shame.
nice. So you know, there are some very nice upgrades, but they are pretty rare. For example, upgrade the bubble by 2 tiers, upgrade the bubble by 3 tiers. They are insane, but very rare. Which mechanics were you farming? Oh, it's the garbage. Yeah, sure. I don't understand what the point of this stupid mechanic is, but what are those guys doing there?
And enjoy this moment. The champion deserves the honor.
Chromatic shot is good. The hard part is building up the survivability. You can. I actually went down from like 10 trillions or so. And you know, a lot of people play it, you know, extremely squishy. I don't like it. Right? Even on, you know, almost 100k, it was pretty uncomfortable for me. Thread. So garbage. And we go in. Okay, after this, I guess we can. So because every character differs a little bit, but the amounts that, you know, people tell you for doing someplace comfortably is always generally a little bit higher than, you know, what you would expect from the place normally. So for example, people are like 500 billion to move into, profound. No, that's just way too much. I was able to do it at 100 billion uncomfortably, right? Not gonna lie, but I was able to do it. Should I do this? I guess not. Not right now when we are so close to leveling.
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor and shame.
Ooh, that's a tough fella there. Okay. So this is how it goes for me, you know, Void Pirates, Dream. The seasonal mechanic, you know, that's what I have the pets for. And I didn't even get the legendary pet for the I didn't even get the legendary pet for the seasonal mechanic. I'm just using the free epic that it gave us. I'm going full free to play. Now I wanted to prove myself that I could conquer SS20 free to play. Dazzling Lunar Stone is very nice. Those are expensive. Yeah, I'd say it a bit complicated, but it is pretty good. But absolutely not worth it without the. Yeah, I don't have that one. Absolutely not worth it without the pet. Even with the pet, it's a little bit frustrating. Sometimes you are you are like one away from hitting big, right? If you could pick one more thing, it's gonna good. Nope, it just gets you in at 10%. You get screwed. Okay, we went in. So it's going to give us a single red bubble. Thankfully, it's not gear. If it was gear, it would have been all for nothing because gear kind of drops nothing. Okay, the start is of course a little bit shaky because of eternity. Oh no, almost stepped in. Okay, why is it spawning the rare? What the hell, man? And that's the problem with having garbage. Garbage bubbles. That's crowded. That's crowded, nice. It's also not bad for XP. He's also giving a little bit additional XP. There's a whole dream tree that you need to. Why are they all spawning rare? Well, what the hell is going on? That's a little bit annoying, by the way. Why are all of them spawning additional rares? So normally they should spawn some small monsters around them. You kill them and then they become vulnerable again and you kill them. So you have to destroy all 4 routes. Okay, it spawns the small ones. Only the last one is supposed to spawn the rare. Yeah, it's being a little bit nasty. Okay, so this one is going to spawn the rare. Wow, I mean, being able to survive under these conditions, it's so good, man. Okay, that's the rare, and all of you. Nice. I mean, at this point, we still made a little bit of money, like 30 maybe. And that's above 100, very easy. I mean, I might have been a little bit optimistic, but it is above 100, yeah. See ya.
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor and shame.
Time to level. Pretty good. These are such a waste of time with this fast character, but no, I don't have any others. So, it is what it is. Oh, really? That's the first time I see that thing dropping 10 FE actually. No, even 1 FE is pretty rare. Oh, yes. Scraps. Okay, let's do one more map and then we can try our hand at upgrading our memories, especially the middle one. I have absolute garbage in there. That's a blessed monster. Could think about it.
Keep fighting.
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor and
Oops.
shame.
Okay. Okay. What have we got? Nothing. That early. Starting off with an orange, and it's a commodity. Very nice. Upgrades all of my fluorescent. While I want here. 3 different types. It's the same thing that we had. It's garbage. I guess we can go for this. Now we want a lot of fluorescent conversions if we can manage it.
Wimp.
Okay, so we have been running around like headless chicken. Where are the statues though, buddy? Here we are.
Enjoy this moment. The champion deserves the
So much time was wasted running around, so boss whispers are always welcome, of course.
Never felt better.
84%. We've got approximately 16 maps to go. Okay. Now let's do this one and take a look at our memories now. Let's go in. Okay, now we can take a look at the memories. Do we have any sales? We do. A sale for 5. Unimaginable. Just saw something else. That's nice. What can we sell? We have the deep space probes. They are dropping hard. Classic. So how much do I have? I'm up to 500. That's not bad. Yeah, the amount of hard drops we are getting is pretty good. Okay, let's go. So let's redo these. Awful. We did save a decent bit. Sorry, it's not gonna happen. Come on. I mean, not bad, but that's not what we want. What we want is physical crit damage or attack crit damage. So these do not add damage. They do add damage, but not on the level that we want them to. And I really dislike rolling away from tier 0, but I guess we will have to. Okay, but I'm curious. So we were on about 400 billion, right?
Please select the calibration intensity.
So
for
that should have added
number 2.
around 50. Is that too optimistic? It's not optimistic at all. Wow. It's making that much of a difference, eh? Okay. Nope. And even though all of our damage gets converted into fire, that doesn't help us. Why? Because it's physical, then it gets converted into fire. So we want physical. That's why fire doesn't work. As you can see, it's a pretty cutthroat business. This was worth hundreds and hundreds of FE. Yeah. And the thing is, the beautiful thing is, I have not gotten one good modifier. Attack damage, I mean, I am running kind of broke, so I guess I will be okay with this, but yeah. So how much damage does this add? It's going to add more than 10%, so it should be getting us to above 500 million actually. Billion rather, sorry. Let's see. I mean, we just did 470, so it should get us to like 530, 550. I can't, be exact certain, but how is that possible? This is a little bit ridiculous. I just had 470, and I added a modifier that does damage. Interesting. Didn't add too much damage. I mean, it did add a little bit of damage, as you can see, but not too much. So we need to get, we need to get more scraps, and we need to keep rolling. But the toxic part is I have spent over 300 FE's worth of scraps here, and I don't have one. Right? I have some okay modifiers, but I have not one modifier that I want. The modifier that we want is tier 0, either physical crit damage or fluorescent bubbles. Adds 2 wind bubbles, so they are. I'm gonna go for it. I don't like it too much, but they are just too low on the quality. That was worth more than 100, and we went through it, as you just saw, very fast. And as I said, the annoying part is that we didn't arrive at anything tangible. Scraps, yeah, we just need scraps, insane amounts. So let me check. So let me check what the probability of hitting what we want is. Result preview. Attack critical success physical 3.3%. I mean, yeah, no wonder it's so rare, right? We have a 1 in 150 chance to hit what we want. It's not even 1%. So it's a 3.30% chance, and 10% of the time we get the tier 0 modifier, which means, as I said, our chances of hitting what we want is actually 0.3%. And if you imagine every roll costs like 2.5 FE, that's actually pretty harsh. Yeah, this is approximately 2.5. So every single roll would be worth like 340, 350, something like that in a fee. I mean, if you want to get the perfect thing. However, I think tier 0 flat physical. I mean, I need to see the difference it makes, right? I want to roll the right thing once. So on so I have 4 rolls here, right? 3 of them are tier 0 flat damage added instead of crit damage. Yeah, I need to see the difference. If it's huge, I guess we could go for it, right? We are gaining scraps here. Okay, let's just keep this up. Keep this up, keep this up, keep this up. So 97 is actually not the big level that we are hitting. At 98, we are going to get insane amounts of regen at 98. 97 is actually not doing anything serious, but now that the level is so close, I just want to grab it.
The devil.
Speed is zoom, zoom, zoom. Adds 2 fluorescent bubbles, adds 2 wind bubbles that are blue or better. Obviously, that's better. Sadly, they were both blue. Yeah, so guys, 45% chance that each of these get upgraded to purple. That's nothing. Doesn't do much. So, this stream, I don't think we can really have the luxury of expecting much. Dream fella.
Keep fighting from victory to victory.
Oh, 80%. Doubled up legendary tier talent. Very nice. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Because when I saw that level 95 to 96 was requiring like 70 or 80 maps, I was like a little bit devastated. I'm like, how the hell am I going to do 96 to 97? Turns out 96 to 97 is only a little bit harder. About 100 maps. Maybe like 105 or so, but you generally get around 1% per map. So that's the... Ooh. That's mighty. We need to use these bonuses with, great care. These are very valuable. Did I use it too early? I'm not sure. I shouldn't, but...
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor and shame.
Just run. Run, 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 run. Why do we have this stupid tarot again? Right. that's somewhat better. Isn't going to add a lot of value, that's for sure. Okay.
Enjoy this moment.
And the boss is down.
Deserves the honor.
Scraps, please. Doubled up, blah blah. I would love to be not broke at some point, but I'm gonna do it. It's huge. Okay. Bit more. Even tomorrow's direction is not selling. Okay, I guess I will stick to these. I mean, we have 4 tier 0 increased damage rolls, and not the crit damage rolls. The crit damage rolls would have been better, I think, but hmm. 62k armor, eh? Okay. We are running out on our
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor and shame.
compasses. After this map, I should remember to buy it.
Never felt better.
Always worth money. Life is beautiful. Adds 2 fluorescent bubbles that are blue or better, I guess. Sad it's blue, not better.
The champion
So yeah, it's gonna be a little bit of money in that dream, but not much, that's for sure.
Keep fighting from victory to victory.
question. Let me check this out actually. Can I make money out of this? Wow, that's so weird. 148 at level 20 sounds very, very cheap and low. Shall I buy it for a flip? Because the thing is, this does take an extreme amount of time to get level. Right? It's already worth more than 100 as its base. The person that's selling might not know the value, but the flip is not going to be very impressive. If I buy it 150, right, approximately, and sell it for, let's say, 220, the cut is going to be like 25, a little about 25, so it's about 50 a fee. And I feel like it kind of should work. Guys, yeah, small flip, but it's a flip. Let me try. Why are these people? Okay, I'm trying this, fully dedicating myself to the cause. So this does take a very long time level, and that is almost the base price. I feel like, so guys, it's a big investment, right? We did an investment of like 440 here, hoping to make a little bit of profit on these. So let's check it out. How much are these? I have bought these, so let's try 224. So guys, I feel like this should work because, if you ever bought this item, so thing is, guys, normal level or normal skills, they take, let's say, a medium amount of time to level, right? To level 20, right? But restrain and this one, these are special. These are extremely slow to level. If someone is paying about 150 per superpower and they know how the leveling process is, for example, right now I know, right? Before buying I didn't, but after buying, when I saw it was leveling at almost the same pace as the restraints were, which is the slowest leveling skill, yeah, I realized that, you could make a little bit money off these, but, it doesn't look like that is the case. But, if you have the money, it's definitely worth paying 220 instead of paying like 150 to get it leveled, right? I would have paid if I was not constantly trying to squeeze a little bit of a fee. So let's hope that investment works. If it does, it's going to be in the neighborhood of 50 per superpower. If it doesn't, I'm guessing we will lose about 20 per. But it's not just a loss, right? It's also it's not like just trying an investment and failing. It's also taking up your very precious auction house slots, right? There is that problem as well. So maybe I shouldn't have bought all three, but the thing is, guys, the problem was, so mine is not going to sell at 224 as long as people are listing it for like 145, right? So assuming that these all sell for 224, so how much did we pay for them? we paid, that's 443. I think that's what we paid for them. And if it sells, not bad, almost 50 profit per, right? Which is what I had in mind. Of course, I don't know if it's going to sell at 224. The problem is the auction house slots. So normally I would say this is a definite profit, but keeping the auction house slots busy is a different problem. So are we broke again because of that investment? Yes, kind of. I really want to sell these guys. I mean, if they go back to 24, I will. That's more than 1,000 FE, even after the auction house commissions. Let's keep up leveling. Would I dare this? I think I will dare this. So a blessed monster is a very powerful monster with better loot. I think if we encounter the rare monster after we build up our stacks, I don't think we will care. We just get way too powerful after that point. And take a look at this. I mean, I just don't care what they do anymore. We just face melt.
Never felt better.
So at this point, I just kind of don't care about the blessed monster, right? It will just insta die. I can't tell which one is the blessed monster though. So I didn't feel like we got enhanced loot anywhere.
Enjoy this moment. The champion deserves the honor.
Okay. We got about 10 maps left to level. And guys, I would have been very enthusiastic about this, but this is the level that doesn't do all that much for us, sadly. By the way, I'm just understanding now how good a thing, how lucky I was when I got that memory that was valuable from the Void thing. I mean, guys, we have been doing a lot of Void Pirate things here, right? And we are not seeing a single red memory. Not one. Okay, I should stop doing these maps. I don't want that to cap out. Okay, that's too early as well. Okay, let's just switch to regular maps. What are these? I don't like these. That's rarity. I mean, rarity, I guess, is something. I'll just level up. It's leveling up the worst thing. And now we will enter. So 10 FE and we are happy, I guess. Is that leveling up? Shame. That should have been leveling up. That's the most important one. Didn't. And the 45%, no, we had like 9 bubbles that were eligible for the upgrades. And 2 of them got upgraded with 45% chance. We should have gotten like 4 upgrades there. We are always losing the arrows that show us to the routes. It can be sometimes annoying when the route is not linear, but we did go right this time around at least. And when the bubbles you have are garbage, doesn't really matter. If you are getting additional bubbles from the pet. We have gotten nothing so far. Nothing. Okay, that's not nothing. Okay, still a little above 10 at least. Okay. I mean, 25-ish. I mean, it's of course, very heartbreaking for a dream, but it wasn't a good one, so I guess.
Both honor and shame.
Oh, very nice of you, chest.
Never felt better. 'Should
I have done these elites? Worthless.
Enjoy this moment. The champion
90% officially. Okay. There's a problem with giving us stuff that's related to scraps, I guess. Scraps, please. 'Not bad. I wonder if the top one is good. That project is going to backfire, right? Yep. Okay. Awful.
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor and shame.
10 maps, guys. Okay, I'm going to. Now we have been saving up a lot of. We have been saving up a lot of. Star shards, those things that drop from the bosses. Enes selam, sağ ol, hoş geldin. So we could farm them for a little while, and I think we have gotten strong enough now that we could engage.
Enjoy this moment. The champion deserves the honor.
Yeah, I think we could engage. 6 fluorescent. Oh, we got. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Yes, that's ultimate value. That's the 4th time I'm seeing this. Ooh. Okay, that's slightly good. That's hundreds and hundreds of FE. Yesterday I had my best run ever. It was about 1,500 divine, I think. Let's go. 9 maps to go.
Keep fighting from victory to victory.
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor and
We
shame.
got that omen, eh? Strong. Well, we needed a little bit of money, and we were not really getting a lot of drops, so Jesus is here to save us.
Never felt better.
I mean, that's kind of good. Ooh, 6 rainbow. I mean, guys, now replicate is the beyond the king. Whoa, 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 whoa. Dang. Hello, German. That's us done with this map.
Hearty Falga battle indeed.
Enjoy this moment.
7 maps to go.
Champion deserves the honor.
Offer scraps, buddy. I don't want memories, I don't want threads. So memories are the mid-level. Threads are unacceptable either, they are very bad. Scraps, please, yes. So sadly guys, 97 is not actually a level that's very important. 98 is. 98 is pretty important. It's not good at all, but let's do it.
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor and
I feel like we should be able to handle the plane 1 once.
Never felt better.
No, I also feel like we should be able to handle it comfortably. The damage is not going to be as much as the Thea, but okay. Survivalty is insane, so we just don't care if they survive for a little bit longer.
The Hangman.
Okay, Hangman is it's cutting the narrow. That's very annoying. That's the most annoying one.
The Hermit.
The Hermit.
enjoy this moment. The champion deserves the honor.
Never felt better.
Made a bit of a mistake here. I actually made the loot worse. Oh. Oh. 9 rainbow bubbles. 9. Whoa, that's lifetime highest. Oh, good God. Oh, that's gonna be money. That's gonna be a ton of money.
The hardy wimp.
Dang. Gimme. Money. Show me the money. Show me. Scraps, please. And we go in and get ourselves some scraps. Oh, finally a red memory, guys. I have been talking about this for some time, as you know. Red memory. Let's see if it's worth anything. I don't think it's worth anything. Oh, it actually is. My mistake. Whoa, 700. Whoa. Whoa. So that's where the rarity comes in, right? It increases your chances of hitting a red memory. Nice. Because a big drop is pretty nice, right? We have been getting, very bullied. Okay, let me try at 750. If something sold, that would have been so good, but it's not easy. And I'm the cheapest here, 224. Okay, let's just keep on trying to level. Up, wrong direction. No one saw that.
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor and shame.
So we have 9 frigging rainbow bubbles. 9. Dang.
We will go inside.
No, I'm sorry, darling. Your mechanic has garbage and so are you. You will not go inside, I'm sorry. Okay. Sure. That's gonna give me a rainbow. 10 rainbow bubbles. Whew. Dang.
Enjoy this moment. The champion deserves the honor.
What are you talking?
Keep fighting from victory to victory.
Almost.
Never felt better.
So I wonder if boss damage is up to like 3 trillion now. You should be thereabouts. Memory threads. I mean, picking 9% basic quantity over a legendary node feels bad, but it's so worthless. You are not selling anything. Very, very depressing.
Wimp.
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor and shame.
Such a bad map.
Keep fighting from victory to victory.
I did do it. A little bit. I do not like to remove bubbles really. Do I have gear bubbles? We don't. I have no gear bubbles, right? Interesting. So I have no Vim. So what this is going to do is actually, so I do not do remove one bubble. So I'm just gonna do this. It's gonna be funny. I'm going to upgrade it and then remove it. Yeah. Okay, so we kind of wanna go in at this point, right?
Enjoy this moment. The champion deserves
Okay.
the honor.
I'm looking very much forward to that dream.
The hardy falcon.
We ran out of compasses, right? Yeah. Where is it? There it is. Prices are up to 1, sadly. Okay. 1. I don't want to buy 1, please. Really? Really? Wow. So they are selling them for a little bit more than 1 each. That precise superpower was not a very good investment, was it? Okay. Let's go 1.1. Okay, that's a little bit scummy. Okay, I would like to go into that dream now. And the troll that the game is,
Conflicts carry
it
the weight
didn't allow
of
us.
both honor and shame.
So we need to get some bubble adding shenanigans going on, or we will be losing actual rainbow. That's gonna be
The hardy falcon.
pretty weird. Okay, that's gonna be a little bit of money. That's going to be some more money. Nice. Wow, we are actually losing out legendary ones. Unreal.
Enjoy this moment. The champion deserves the honor.
That's not the exit, I think, but you know, we are trying to level. Oh, it is the way to the boss. No, initial hunch. Okay, it's about there. Let's get that one done. Okay, there were 5 FE waiting for us there. Oh, we bought it, but I forgot to put it in, right? So that's not gonna work now. Let's do it. Next bubble. Where is the thing? That's the one, please. Did we have the option selected? Okay, we did. Okay. So now, what in the world is this, man? 10 rainbow, 1 red. Whoa. I'm gonna assess this. And we have 80% additional drop quantity, guys. Wow. Okay. So this should be... No, I don't want to sound too, enthusiastic, but this should be above 1,000. Yeah. 10 rainbow. It's just unreal. 1 down, 3 to go. We haven't been able to stack our things properly. Yeah. Off we go, buddy. That's the second one down. They are not generating. They are not generating any? How is that possible? We have a ton of cubes. They should have generated some bonus cubes for us, bubbles. Okay, that's number 3 down. Okay. That's more than 100 now. And let's do the last one. GG. This was actually mathematically very, very improbable, if not almost impossible. So we had 11 bubbles, right? Every one of them had a 10% to be triggered immediately when we remove a single root, right? So it's almost a 40% chance for a single bubble to be triggered over the course of 4 roots, and we triggered like 2. Yeah, so that record I have been expecting, I don't think it's coming. Yeah, but yeah, there is this. Nothing big. Please die. Could you please die? Thank you very much. That's a little bit of money. And let me tell you, this was very below average. And obviously, it still was out of money. Wow. Yeah, very much below expectations. Doesn't work. Doesn't work, I don't think. Doesn't work either. That doesn't work either. Does that work? Could.
I am the strongest warrior in Valgong. Who
Yeah.
dares to face me?
Quite below expectation, by the way.
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor and shame.
Wow.
Keep fighting from victory to victory.
But it was still a lot, by the way. Don't get me wrong. But that kind of thing happens, in like 1 in 1,000 maps or so. So I was kind of expecting a bit more. So the thing that got us was the pet not producing the additional bubbles. Let's get our level out of the way.
Enjoy this moment. The champion deserves
So as far as I can tell, the only thing that we are getting out of this level is some life regen. But the other thing that we are getting is the next level. We are going to get a lot of life regen out of it, enough to make a difference. But yeah, next level is easier said than done. Okay. Wow.
conflicts carry the weight of both honor and shame.
Dang.
Keep fighting from victory to victory.
Oh, that's a very bad start. Okay.
Wimp. Well, indeed.
Okay.
And enjoy this moment. The champion deserves the honor.
Next map, we hit the thing. %. Let's go. Finally. This did feel like a little bit worse than I expected. And it did take a little bit long, right? At the beginning of the stream I was hopeful, but then it felt like it was going to get a bit long. It is what it is. Let's level. Let's just heal everything that we can to make sure we level in this map. Go out of our way to kill the elites. Two commodity, no. Okay, sadly we will have to add gear bubbles, even though they are garbage if we want to fill the 12. Right? That's the bonus we are using right now. Why ever did I do that investment? The superpowers I bought, not selling, oh god.
Enjoy this moment. The champion deserves the honor.
That's the way to the exit, so let's go to the exit, and if we cannot level we'll come back here, but the boss gives a nice chunk, so I feel like we should be able to
Keep fighting.
get there.
Victory to victory.
Okay. There are the
Hardy Falga battle indeed.
boss whisper, blasting. And almost there. Couldn't get there. Let's go back and get it done.
Never felt better.
Okay. So still no. Come on, give me my level. Give me my level. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. My level, please. Is that real? 100%. Wow. On the literal last monster. Okay. So sadly, that's what we get. It's a little bit of life regen. That's it. But this one is something else. Because it speeds up our life regeneration, and on top of that gives us flat life regen as well, which is also going to get sped up. Yeah, that's going to be huge. So this one was not huge. It's just the level that we got. Okay, so now I think we can engage the bosses that we have been saving up.
Face me.
97 now. Sadly, I don't think level 97 helped us. Yeah, didn't, right? So I want to upgrade this. But yeah. That superpower wasn't the best call. Well, let me be right back. 97, this has been conquered at least. we upgrade the amulet, we are able to get more life out of it. But yeah, stuff not selling at all is a huge problem. We have been doing our best. Let me cut this down a little bit. This should have sold. This should have sold by now, big time. Even this isn't selling yet. I just don't follow, guys. And you know, these prices are nothing compared to the stuff that I have bought them at. Okay, that has dropped a little bit. Okay, that false god thing. So what we want is strength per level, right? Okay, but 3 strength per 4 levels, right? Okay, and we want to do the exact same thing again. It's a little bit weird, but 3 strength per 4 levels. Okay, excuse me, 50,000. Wow. 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 Well, that's interesting. Okay. We want all stats to be around 10%, I guess. Still cheap. And we want life per. 51 and 50. So we want those numbers to be lower, right? That's the point. So we can get more life out of it. 55, 48, 54, 49. I believe they vary between 45 and something. Yeah, so we want these to be as close as 45 as we can. Yeah, none of them. Nope. Oh, wow. That's pretty good. Corruption is there. Nice. Oh, yes. That's what we want, but sadly, Bastard was smart enough to price it properly. I mean, I'm just going to get 1% more strength out of it, which is not huge, but it's going to give us something, and yeah. That's the only one with too low price. Wow, that one is decent. Let me just follow it. Okay. Okay. Okay, now time for the bosses. What do I want to do?
Now let's have a real
Okay, now let's see.
challenge.
So our life regen is how much now? 700. Yeah, it's not too much. But if we hit the thing, I think it's going to be pretty nice. So let's try it at plane 2. This should be going not bad. It's actually going pretty good, right? Dodge. Okay, now can I go shameless and go plane 2? So with the Thea it's always a danger because plane 3 rather. With the Thea it's always a danger because we are just way too squishy, right? But in here we aren't way too squishy. Let me try this. I managed this with Thea only once. One of them on plane 3. So yeah, this is not very pleasant. We need more damage. Wow. Okay, this was very unpleasant. Yeah, I think we need a little more damage. And we managed, but I think it's a little bit too slow. Plane 3, right? Yeah. So this is perfectly handleable, but not very easily handleable, right? We can do it. So let's, hey, Ivan, hello. Just did a plane 3 watcher.
Please select the calibration
Let me
intensity
see.
for invincibility.
This should be in the neighborhood of 2.5 trillion. It's not even there, eh? It's close, but it's not there. 2.3 trillion. Yeah, around that level. Shall I try to re-roll the memory? So I got myself memories. Got all of 3 of them
When can I get an epic
into ultimate
fight?
status.
I really can't wait any longer.
Can this one be any better? I could upgrade this. That's an option. How much currency do I have? I just had a run with 10 rainbow and 1 red. Unimaginable, Ivan. However, you know, the pet does a thing. Whenever you cleanse the nightmare roots, it actually duplicates some of the bubbles that you have, right? It only duplicates 2 of them, right? Imagine, you know, we have 11 and there is a 10% chance for every single root. I mean, it should have duped like 5 or 6 and it duped only 2. And the end result was, you know, I'm not going to say bad, but yeah, I'm going to say it could have been better. Okay, so we are not selling stuff, which is driving me crazy. I also did something stupid and tried flipping something. Okay. These are very hard to level, so I bought a few of these too. Okay. Let me try. And take a look at this. This is, you know, more than 1,000, but yeah, it's not been selling. Stuff not selling has been getting to me. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, I suppose 62.5. So it's not going to sell for 62.5, right? So got to 97, by the way. So let's take a look at that Magnus's jealousy thing. I mean, yeah, is there a better corruption? Oh, there is. Strength percentage. Okay. I mean, it is going to be, yeah. Wow. 2 to 4 per 5 strength. That's 7 strength. That's bad. 3 to 4. 3 to 5. Oh, 3 to 5 per 7. And what do I have? I have 2 to 5 per 8. Wow. That's actually a lot of damage difference. But yeah, the prices were insane, right? 3 to 5 per 7 is insane. Wow. 26.5% damage though. Whoa. But it's only costing a casual amount of 44,000. Whoa. Yeah, 7 makes such a difference, right? Instead of 6, instead of 8. Because, you know, I have 3,600, which means I'm not going to get the bonus 450 times, but 500 times. So that's very similar to what I have, and it's mighty expensive, yeah. Yeah, these just cost too much. There are easier upgrades out there. So what about the amulet? At 400 getting an upgrade is not bad. 350 is an upgrade, eh? So the reason that it's giving me a damage upgrade is actually it's 10% all stats, mine is 9%, so it's going to give me a little bit of extra strength. And the thing is that because I'm strength stacking, it's not like 1 or 2 strength, right? It's going to give me some strength. Yeah. That's actually pretty mighty. But it's just too expensive for the upgrade that it provides. But the stats being corrupted is insanely good, yeah. There's a strength thingy. There is that one as well. So the survival that we have is huge. We could actually let's go some of it because this does add a ton of damage. What? Oh, immune to elemental ailment. So the cheapest one is 700. Is that worth it? We are poor, so I guess it's not bother at this point. So what do I want to do though? How much do I have? I have 365. I want to make a few sales here. Okay. So plane 2 is easy. Plane 3 is painful. I am allowed 5 deaths, right? There is also that. I'm allowed 5 deaths. So I could just do that. Oh! Okay. Oh, that's the only plane 3 I have beaten with the Thea. Shall I do plane 2 or 3? So, I feel like what I should be doing is... So on plane 3, I think I can do it, right? What I want to do is... get some more damage and then do plane 3 a little bit more comfortably. Because right now it's not comfortable. It does take a long time. So, one of the problems is, guys, yesterday we were able to handle the Divinity Slates. And defensively it's pretty good. But offensively, both of the ones being copied are missing 1 attack skill. So that means I'm missing out on 4 attack skills. Why? Because I have 2 of them. And they don't have the attack skills. So if they did, it would have been copied, right? So 2 of them being copied is plus 4 attack skills, right? That would have been a lot of damage. No sales. Can I get more out of that helmet? 10% per 10 strength is... That's what we have. However, the strength percentage is 19. Oh, it can get corrupted. That should be very expensive. Because we are asking for... What? How is that possible? Really? How is it cheap? I'm surely missing something. Really? That's perfect as well. 4 max. Really? Okay. I'm just wanted to be perfect though. $10.24. Really? I mean, that's an upgrade that we should be getting. That's very cheap. How did I overlook this? Dang, 300. I do have it, okay. Let's go broke. Grab it. Use it. Okay, so that's a little bit more damage and a little bit more survival. Pretty good. That was a cheap upgrade. Can I sell my old one? I mean, guys, the stuff that we have not selling is the thing that's the problem. Why no sales though? This is the problem, man. This is the problem. I mean, I'm actually, making enough. Shall I? I can add a little bit of damage from that one. Let's take a look at Magnus's laws. No, sorry, I didn't mean it like that. Filter search. That's 0.8% damage. I don't care about the blessing duration. So what is the perfect here? 20 is, and 11 to 13. So let's see what this does. Okay. That should not be possible though. Oh, because we do not have tenacity blessings. Oh, okay, it's varying again. So it's only 1% damage, but we would have to see this with the tenacity blessings active. But so it would be decent damage, I think. However, it's very expensive. It's also going to be actually a lot of damage. 8 to 9, so it's adding 8.5 right now. And it's going to add 12 per, which is 3.5 damage per blessing, which is going to then get multiplied by 12, I believe. That's the number of tenacity blessings we have. That's going to be 42. 42 damage, 42 flat damage. So that's going to be more than 0.9%. It's not good enough. Right? So these are all upgrades, but they add very little. So I can reroll that lightning into something else. Right? lightning resistance can be rerolled into something else because I'm like, yeah.
When can I get an epic fight, Valka? I really can't wait any longer.
Let's take a look at Milky. Penetration. We could try upgrade some. We could try upgrading some stuff into tier 0. That's an option. I mean, guys, if we actually made sales, so the stuff that he has is not better than ours, right? But his damage is way higher. That's an interesting thing. Nothing that comes close to what we have actually. Okay, so this is, I guess, better than ours. We do need to roll that cooldown, I think. So because we are using a ton of legendaries, there is not really much that we can craft. We can let go of that deflection. And roll it into cooldown recovery. That's one of the options. For the prefix, what can we get for the prefix? Because I'm trying to find targets for our non-existent currency to be spent on. Because they're a little bit stronger and we will be farming plane 3 watchers, much easier. I need to roll cooldown recovery on the boots. I can roll affliction effect on the ring. I can upgrade. Okay. Let's make a mental note of these. Okay. Okay, finally. What sold? Oh, it's the things, okay? It's a sale. So let me immediately put up something else. Oh, I've got 7 weapons. Okay. So what was I going to do? Dang. Boots. Cooldown recovery roll. That's the thing. The problem is that it's an ultimate effect and it's going to be expensive. On the ring, we can reroll the lightning resistance into something else. What could we get? We could get crit damage.
I am the strongest warrior in Valgong. Who dares to face?
We could get crit damage or affliction effect. second ring. What have we got on the second ring? I guess we can upgrade the crit damage roll, and I can upgrade the strength roll into, you know, higher rolls. Okay. And on the weapon, we could upgrade the tiers of some rolls, which are not very expensive. Let me just check that. So, you know, we could always sell our pride and cut our prices. Okay, so let's say, for example, let's take a look at this. How much is this? That's 60, 140. These are 0.03 each. So 300 is like 10, I'm guessing. 10, 70, 60, 70, 150 per try. So that's going to cost 500 on average, right? Obviously, it could cost more or less, but that's the mathematical average. 500. Okay. What about this one? Ooh, no thanks. Okay, that's not happening. That's thousands and thousands. That's like 500 per try, and that's going to cost, you know, around 1,700 to upgrade. That's not worth it. Life regain, I don't think it's very important. Okay. Strength, no thank you. Oh my god, hold up. There is something more expensive than that. What? That's 1,000 a try. 1,000 for a single try. So that costs 3,500 to do. Oh my good lord. That's going to be on the same tier, I'm guessing. Yeah. So that is fair, right? That is +1 skill levels. And that's very, very valuable. However, I am a little bit appalled by the others. So elemental damage is the one upgrade that we could afford, I think. Yeah. And it's a nice jump. And I guess we could also, you know, re-roll the item after the upgrade has been done. So, okay, there is only this that we can do. Okay, let's take a look at the, sorry, the rings. We have 2 ultimate effects. Okay, that's what we can do. So we can get crit damage, we can get affliction effect. Okay. And these are cheap, right? You know, it does feel like we can handle them even right now. That should be extremely expensive to upgrade. Yep. Nope. Those are not happening. However, shall I do this? This is cheap, right? That's like, how much? That's like 4 a try, 4 a pop. So crit damage and affliction effect are both acceptable. Okay. So crit damage or affliction, but you know, on a decent tier, not garbage tier. Shame. We got affliction actual twice. Okay. Yeah, this is not something for me. I just cannot handle this. It's pretty annoying. Why do you keep rolling garbage? Why do you roll tier 50, buddy? Okay. Not bad. The barrier, but we are not looking for more defense. We are looking for more damage. And why is it, you know, like stuttering? It's very slow. And you know, I can't put it on craft, guys, because I'm going to accept 2 of the things, right? I'm going to accept tier 1 affliction, or I'm going to accept tier 1. Oh, actually, confirm. We'll take that. So the thing is, guys, we just lost only That's, how much is this now? That's 90, 120, 240. So guys, the way that you calculate this, you add the value up here, right? So 90 FE, that's simple. These are about 0.1 each, so that's like 30. These are about 40 each, so that's 120, 150, 240 per try. And the way that you calculate the expected value of what you spend is you divide it by 3 and multiply it with 10, so 800. So I'm going to spend 800 on getting some affliction effect, which I don't think I'm gonna do. But now that we have done this, also let me check the ranges, right? We can definitely roll these, so I can get something out of that. I can get so how is my situation? All of the resistances are below the maximums, but they are also not very far off, right? So lightning cap is 65 for us, fire cap is 68 for us, cold and erosion are the basics, 60 each. Okay.
When can I get an epic fight, Valka? I really can't wait any longer.
Okay, we can definitely upgrade this. We can definitely upgrade this. So for example, I can reroll that erosion resistance to get a little bit of extra. And these are not that expensive to upgrade into the next tier, right? So if our stuff was selling actually, right? Okay, I mean, I am guessing I will have to so long ride and cut the prices. This is extremely frustrating. Now I keep saying it, but yep, stuff is not selling. And whatever I try to flip, it just doesn't work either. Yeah, I hate it though. I bought this for 6,000 so many days ago, and now if I sell, I'm gonna lose like 2,000 FE, and that's in the case of a sale. Yeah. Right back grabbing a drink. Also grab a quick bite, I think. I was hoping to be pleasantly surprised in the case of a sale. Now that I have knocked the price. So this is, extremely toxic though. Stuff that you buy doesn't get cheaper. Stuff that you sell gets cheaper all the time. So guys, I just want to get a few more upgrades done so we can reliably do Flame Watchers 3. So the thing is, if you were to ask me my opinion on if we can do it right now, yes, I think we could. However, it does take a long time. And the fire one is one of the easier ones, and it did get close, so I wanted to get it with less close. So finally, and that's just a bit. But anything else? That glove was a nice upgrade though. Not the glove, the helmet. Whatever it is that we bought. Yeah. I don't have 77 to buy it.
Traveler, please bring
Okay,
back
the trinkets have sold at least. So that's going to be money for us. Time to be petty. They will have all sold by now. They haven't. So this is very petty, guys, but every 9 that I buy is 1 FE profit. Right? So stuff that I have been buying is adding up to a bit. Whoa. Actually, really. So 10 is not bad, right? Oh, I'm broke. Okay. Oh, I'll be back.
Traveler, please bring back the glories that exist in our memories of the past. Clear away the haze to reveal the truth of the era of the sixth god.
I want to run that supply dry. So that was, these 3 transactions were 1 FE profit. Sometimes you get really impatient people that list it for 10, then that's a little bit more real profit. So every 9 that you buy there, whoa, okay, no one is doing this. I mean, there are a lot of petty people like me that do this, but this time around, I guess there aren't any. I'm just going to buy it all. So, this is like, in total, maybe like 10 FE profit. And, I could just, go do a map and profit more very easily. But yeah, interesting thing.
Traveler, please bring back the glories that exist in our memories of the past. Clear away the haze to reveal the truth of the era of the sixth god.
So yeah, it's not very good still. Right?
Oh yeah! Here for some new gear? Or you wanna buy me a drink?
Prepare to get frustrated. Okay. What about this one? Okay, okay. Let me go. I'm gonna go for the same thing. Hopefully, tier 1 crit damage this time. Not tier 5. Terra charge, I don't even know what that is yet. So guys, when you can accept 2 things. Oh, actually. Hold up. Can I autocraft for it? Hold up. Can I do it like this? Autocraft, tier 1 crit damage, or tier 1 affliction effect. Oh, I can do it. Wow. I mean, the game is very good in some things. No, I didn't think you could do this, but you could. And all of those matchless embers we have been picking up actually did have a purpose. Okay, nice. Let me take a look at the shop. Sold out. What about this? I have claimed this. Okay, and I think we can do higher tiers there now. There is a node that says, you know, +1 ignite limit, I think. But yeah, I'm not there yet, I don't think. Okay.
The stars spiral eternally.
This doesn't work. I should have a ton of matchless here. Yeah. So we could use those. I don't like the crafting much. So I think it's a very good system. I just don't like, you know, the the draining of resources. I just rather, you know, normally buy it crafted. But this time around, I think it's better. Okay, what were we doing? We were doing this one, right? And we were asking for tier 1. Sorry. I have to go to stash first. Grab the thing, okay. Now we can pick it up where we left off. So craft. We want that one to be a tier 1. Yeah. I haven't understood that either because, you know, when I was taking a look at, you know, Milky's, you know, build name, it's like 2 dots something trillion. Buddy, any day now? Really? 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 I'm asking for one of the 2 tier 1s. Yeah. So guys, that's why I don't like it. I actually dislike it very, very hard. Okay. So I am broke again. And I will have to pray that, you know, my stuff sells. Okay, pedigree sold. That's one of the things that I wanted to get rid of. I don't even care about the amount. It was like 30, I believe. But at least now we have room. Nice. So that's worthless. Yes. How about these? Worthless. I don't want these to take up my precious space. What about this? And guess what? It's losing value. Big fat surprise. So let's take a look at this. Okay, 2 dots, 4 trillion. Just try to understand what goes on here. Okay, so he doesn't get this. Inflict 1 additional stack of ignite. He doesn't have it. Okay, so how the hell does he inflict? a second dot. That's my own build. I was silly, okay. Sadly, it will show the exact same thing for everything. I just want to get rid of it. So, two dots, 5 trillion is the name. Four dots, 5 trillion is the name of this one. So he's using an interesting skill here. Mark train of arrows, which means we cannot even use it. Okay, this is making the I'm guessing that must be it because I don't understand. That's cheap. It must be this skill. And the funny thing is, we cannot even use this skill, right? I mean, it requires a ranged weapon. So what does the marks do? I don't even understand. Hold up. Has a chance to mark the enemy. Okay. Oh, 10% additional crit damage taken. And 8 times. 80% additional is okay. So that's a very nice damage multiplier. Okay. But it still doesn't explain the 4 dots. Yeah. Okay. So if I reroll this item, I can cap my cold resistance, but my fire resistance can go lower, right? I can also increase my strength. I think I should save up a little.
I am the strongest warrior in Valgong. Who dares to face
By upgrading that lightning and erosion resistance into tier zeros, I can actually reroll them and cap my resistances. I can cap both lightning and erosion. And if I reroll this one, we can do the thing. Okay. But I will have to hit the 35 pi. Okay. So we don't have any money now. Okay, that's too low. Because the cooldown recovery that we want on the boot is actually expensive. So let me do another tier 3. That is a little bit more annoying. Let's do this one. The only tier 3 that I managed before, or go for that one. Okay.
Why have you awakened?
Okay. Thankfully I had it on me, or we were going to get in a lot of pain.
I'll follow you like a shadow. Fire the cannons! Obliterate the walls of the world!
Okay. I didn't expect that. Okay, that was my fault. I'm gonna get a little salty, if I waste this actually.
I'll sink into the night. I'll follow you like a shadow. I'll follow you like a shadow. The abyss awaits.
What? That's the drops? Tier 3 Flame Watcher, by the way. Excuse you? Isn't that a little bit underwhelming, buddy? Let me know if you work it out. Ivan.
You're just a tiny bit smarter than your previous self.
So tier 3 Flame Watchers right now are not present.
I watched you struggle. Although, it was meaningless when placed on a greater scale. Let us rewind everything to the singularity.
Wow, look at that regen.
Everything to the singularity.
Look at that regen, guys. It's insane. Wow.
The curtains are closing, and we are trapped within it.
Okay. We got that card this time. Wow, the survival that we have is insane though. Really. Okay. So yeah, it's a very good question, Ivan, if you're here. How the hell do we get additional dots? Right? And he doesn't have the additional ignite inflicted thingy either. So how do we do it? Very weird.
When can I get an epic fight, Valka? I really can't wait any longer.
So how much is that card we have just gotten? Yeah. It's not valuable. Yeah, but it's an important question. Okay, so let's take a look at how much damage we actually have. It was a little below 2.5 trillion, right?
Please select the calibration intensity for invincibility number 2.
Okay. Wow, actually the stuff that I did. Whoa. Really? The stuff that I did actually make a difference. Actually a pretty large difference. Almost 3 trillion. It's a nice thing to know that our efforts were not wasted. So we can also get some sort of small improvement from the amulet. There's that. Capping the resistances is a good idea, I think. So guys, I have done this on the Thea before, right? Upgrading the resistance affixes into tier 0 is not that bad, right? It's affordable. It's like a few hundred, I think. Let me just show it to you.
Oh yeah! Here for some new gear? Or you wanna buy?
So let me put this in, for example. So like 80 per try. So like 250 or so. Very cheap actually. Right? You get a little bit of money and you do this. Okay. So my plan is to upgrade that erosion and lightning resistance into tier 0, right? And after that, use a few. So these are very cheap, right? Use a few of these to reroll the item into something that's better for me, right? A little bit more strength, etc. Also, let me take a look at the cost of upgrading that strength. That's important, I think. If I can do it, I will. But obviously, if it's way too expensive, I wouldn't bother. So that is, no, that's like 700-800, right? So 90 FE, 300 of the matchless thing, that is like 30, 120, 240 per try, which means it is going to cost us about 800 to do this, right? That's not acceptable. And also the penetration is low. So my idea is this: upgrade 2 of these to tier 0, right? Then reroll the item into good shape, right? And then reroll this item into good shape as well. So this one is already in good shape, but what I want to do is I want to cap that cold resistance. So I will reroll it a few times until the cold resistance is a little bit better, but fire resistance stays approximately where it is. So that will be capping all of the resistances but fire. That should be nice. Some more money and reroll that deflection into cooldown recovery. Could also not need it because I think we have the auto burst going with the War Axe belt, which is the important thing, right? In mapping, it's not important. Yeah. Okay, so I want to get a little bit more strong until I do the tier 3 flame watchers again, because guys, you know what is triggering is that you do 16 maps to get the star shards to engage the boss, and then you die 5 times, it gets wasted. That's of course pretty frustrating. I don't want to have that. So, and as you just saw, I died twice. Both of them, the first time I didn't even understand what happened, but the second of them was my fault. So yeah. Yeah, those dots we'll have to understand. And of course, Milky doesn't explain it in his video. Sadly. I think I'll have enough damage to engage SS20 actually if I get myself slates with +1 attack on the side that's being copied, because that's going to mean +4 skills and more than 50% damage up, which would be huge.
When can I get an epic fight, Valka? I really can't wait any longer.
Okay, so about this. Trial of Divinity. That's going to cost money, actually handleable. Could think, at the end of the thing, okay, priceless tier, rare gave it tier 0 affixes. That's done with. Yeah, that basically means, waste some money. Which we can do. Trial of Divinity level 40. Trial of Divinity. Trial of Divinity, I believe, is here on this fine fella.
Please bring back the glories that exist in our memories of the past.
Okay, we need all 4 of these. How much are these? Divinity Emblem, Hunting, War, Might, and Mission. Okay, let's take a look at this. Divinity Emblem. Okay. Oh, what the hell? The other was a nice 1.5. Oh, they vary, don't they? Okay, 2 of them are not even, so that's about 100 a pop. Let me try it once. Okay, I don't really need that many, gentlemen. I mean, a modest amount, please. What the hell? So one of them is being sold for 7. There are 4s as well. Wow, that's a nice way to rip people off. So the cheapest ones are worth 4. but the item itself is actually worth much less. Whoa, this is rare, that's why it's valuable. Yeah. So I think we are a little bit too broke to try this because people don't really sell these in pieces. Yeah, let's just take a look at this later. Yeah, guys. I mean, at this point, it's just so frustrating to, taking a look at something and I don't have enough money. Okay, now I have decided to do this. Stage has one more sets of cooldown speed up subject to. Let's find out what that is. Okay.
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor and shame.
So I feel like once the belt is stacked up, not really anyone is going to stop us. Okay, we want to add as many bubbles as we can. 2 is good number. Wow, blue orbital gave us orange, not even purple. Very nice, thank you. So the XP has been penalized to 76%, eh?
Hardy Falga battle indeed.
Enjoy this moment. The champion deserves
So this does look like so the number of maps that we need has gone up to like 200, right? That's a lot.
Keep fighting from victory to victory.
All of them are threads. So we were able to handle it at maximum difficult, right? Nice. And there was also a blessed monster, right, on top of the. So guys, the thing is, the problem is, if any of the
conflicts carry the weight of both
if any of the modifiers being added by that last nasty modifier breaks us, right? If it doesn't, we will be doing it, right? Because it's costing us 1.5 FE per, right? And it gives us 15% quantity. Okay. Come on.
The hardy Falga battle
Statues, please. Yeah. That's our main moneymaker, right? I mean, 3 money makers.
Deserves the honor.
Each of them does its own thing. Scraps. About 0.6% per. Right? So a little below 200 maps to hit 98. Definitely not easy. Two cravings, great. Sales stop again. It was such a bad idea I had to do the precise flips. Flips in air quotes because I haven't been able to flip anything. Hey, Komodo. Yeah, I have upgraded the build a little bit. I'm just not making any sales. That is driving me a little bit annoying, but you know, we have leveled up. And we have taken the fight to the plane 3 Realm Watchers, which we can handle. Not very clean, but we can. Did you know that you could drop something, dear bosses? And you know you could drop more than 1 FE. What's this garbage? Come on, man. Come on. The heck? Drop something. Really? We hardly got like 10 FE. The XP that we gain is insane though. I just realized. Whoa. I would say it's unmatched actually. It's unreal. I gained 6 maps worth of XP? Whoa. Whoa. And all good things must come to an end. I'm out. No, full resonator, profound farm, nothing new. I just added that last resonator after I have leveled. I'm doing small upgrades on the gear because tier 3 plane watchers were not comfortable. Doable but not comfortable. Commodity that is blue or better. How many commodities do I have? 0? That's a problem. So I can't do the replicate thing. Okay, that's a problem because we would have very much liked to add 2 bubbles here. So guys, at this point, this is 90% per bubble to upgrade, not 100% because we do not have all of the slots filled. Yeah, we would have liked to add 2. I have 4 gear bubbles. The garbage is unreal. Yeah, I mean, sales are not happening. That's driving me a little bit nuts. Everything that I have been getting is losing value. Pretty tiresome. I mean, thankfully, now that I'm able to farm at this rate, I can get hard FE. That's pretty good, but because the stuff that I want to buy, they don't get cheaper. And everything that I sell gets cheaper. Everything. Literally. Hey, what are these garbage? Okay. So right now what I'm trying to do is, my gear has not been changing for a good long time. And as you know, rolling resistances into tier 0 is actually cheap, so some of my resistances are not kept. I'm planning on doing that, but yeah, no sales is a huge problem. I mean, even Tomorrow Direction is not selling, and that is one of the best sellers I have. Helio Rock is not selling either. And in my stupidity, I did the unfortunate move of actually buying 3 Precise Superpower. So the thing is, Precise Superpower is a skill that gets leveled very slowly. I'm talking about restrain level. I bought them at like 140, 150 each. So when I found some were being sold at 140 to 150 that were already leveled, I thought, I could turn a little bit of profit in here. Nope. Let me see the scepter. The weapon. There it is. I'm also, considering, upgrading that elemental damage into tier 0. The one listed. It's a pretty good one. I paid 6,000 for it. But it doesn't sell for a reason. I don't know. It's very good, by the way. I paid 6,000 for it, but doesn't sell. Yeah. It's always the case, right? Which is driving me crazy. How many do we have here? Okay, let's take a look at this. That's fine. Yeah. I started off like from 8K or so. I have been dropping them by 50. Yeah, very similar something that you just stated.
Justice.
I don't want justice, thank you very much. Oh my god, the trinkets sold. I have a ton of trinkets, right? And when they dropped so hard in price, I was so disheartened. I was selling them for like 26 each. They dropped as low as 23 or so. I just refused to sell, but I also needed the money. So it's a pretty good thing that they sold, that they have recovered some of that value.
The sun.
Okay, that's nice. Actually, didn't pay attention, but so I do not trust this upgrade, guys. So normally that's fine, right? Mathematically, we should be getting 12 bubbles, which is what we are trying to do. However, The game is a little bit weird. What it does is it ticks off, it crosses off one of the bubbles, and then it adds. But it doesn't disappear immediately. So I feel like if I select this, I'm going to lose one bubble and I'm going to gain one bubble, and that's going to screw me. So let's just get something. I never had so many gear bubbles, man. Garbage. You mean it doesn't have a base affix? Yeah. I don't know how that happens, but yeah. You know, I wanted to imprint it and it didn't allow me to imprint it. I'm like, what's going on? I'm not very sure you can actually hit it for that price though. That crit or something, one of them is extremely expensive. Yeah, but not having a implicit is of course pretty annoying. The base FX, I believe it's called. Well, it's pretty good, the bubble, especially if you have the pet. So, you know, I wanted to get myself something that works on a level 1 pet. So I have enjoyed a moderate success, you know, on the battle pets, but yeah, not on these sadly. On the drop pets, I don't have the, what's the name? I don't have the seasonal legendary pet. That deep space map though, that was so much XP, I'm very surprised. You don't have any pets. I mean, the free ones? No, I just got 2 free ones. I got the... Let's put up the thing again. Yeah. Okay, so that is the extent of our money. So how much are we on? 700. That's not too bad. I feel like I'm going to get triggered here, but should I try rolling the boots into cooldown recovery? No, probably. Shall I try upgrading the resistances of the rings? So how is module farming done, by the way? Now, I keep seeing it, but I don't know how it's done. And I also know that they can be pretty valuable. How do you do module farm?
Here for some new gear? Or you wanna buy me a drink?
Hey, it succeeded. Lovely. Oh, so that's the boss rush that people keep talking about. But you don't put anything in that special that makes them drop the module, because I have seen 0 modules in my life. Is there anything special that you do? Just kill the boss. I mean, I have like 1,500 maps completed. Oh, it's on the tree, okay. Because, you know, I should have seen one at this point. Yeah. That was nice.
Who dares to face me?
Okay, so lightning is capped. Fire is not capped. Cold is gonna get capped when I reroll this ring. Okay. Erosion is gonna get capped when I upgrade that one, okay? That one was nice for once, right? Getting it done on the first try.
Or you wanna buy me a drink?
Hmm, 7%. That's not bad. Or approximately once every 14 runs. But I'm guessing not all of them are valuable. So Komodo, I have a question for you. I don't know if you would know this, but I see. I get it. So you get them every once and then, but most of the time you draw blank. I see. Kind of like the priceless items. So I have a question. So the fellow I have been following called Milky, does that mean I can do a petrol? I'm not. I'm close, but I'm not there. So let me show you. So he says 2 dots 4 trillion, 4 dots 5 trillion. Can you guess what that he means a bit with this? Because I didn't see anything that does him, that does allow him to do an additional dot, right? We have ignite. 8K, wow. Yeah, I agree, but so the thing is, there is normally a node that gives you the right to apply an additional ignite, and I thought, he was going for that one, right? Nope, there is no such thing. Let me show you his tree. That's the one, I think. See? Inflicts one additional stacks of ignite. He doesn't have it. And he doesn't have it in his slates either. So yeah, couldn't solve this. So I have to take a look at these two builds and I have to tell the difference. Yeah. So there is this one dot here. That's like this. And let's take a look at this 2 dot here. He has the war axe belt here. Okay. That doesn't do a second dot though. I mean, there is nothing that allows here a second dot. Right? Skills. Okay. I mean, yeah, that's the exact same skill I'm using. With the exception that I have Grudge in the Fire Magus. Let me take a look at the slates. Yep. Where does the edition dot come from? So he has almost the same build, and he claims, and I'm not saying this in a negative way. I'm sure he is right, but I can't tell what it is. So 1.2 trillion, right, which is approximately where I'm at. I deal a little bit above 2 trillion actually. So he puts on the war axe belt, and I don't know what else he does. And he says he's doing 4 trillion. I mean, yep, can't tell. I have a very similar war axe belt myself. Any explanation anywhere? So, at first I thought he has something that allows him to apply, an additional damage over time effect. Nope. There is and now he says in this one, he says 4 dots. 4. Where the hell does that come from? Okay, maybe actually we can understand that one. This one uses something interesting called Mark Drain of Arrows. Nope, actually no damage over time. Could this be it? The smart rain of arrows? However, I still don't understand the transition from 1 to 2. Chance to deteriorate. Yeah, I mean, all damage gets converted into fire, I believe. So we are not dealing any erosion damage whatsoever. Oh, my flip worked. Thank God. One of them did. Why are these dumb idiots undercutting it by so much? Well, yeah. I would be indebted to you if you could tell. I couldn't. So right now, as I said, I'm on about 2.5 trillion, I think. Somewhere there. So as far as I can tell, I'm doing the ignite thanks to the fire explosion with the savage charge, right? And I do not have any additional effect that does inflict any damage over time effects.
Please select the calibration intensity for invincibility number 2.
Fire infiltration, ignite, and that's it. Scorch. Is that the one? No. No. That's not damage over time. So we have only ignite. Oh, we are also on the process of auto doing it. That's nice. He does have a video, but he just goes through so many things in so little time. You know, I get a lot of hate on my videos on YouTube when people call me out and say stuff like, you did a 30-minute video on something that should be like 5 minutes, right? But, in my videos, you don't get this garbage. You will know everything there is that you will need to know. He has a video he talks about pets. He talks about everything, and obviously it's only 20 minutes, so there is nothing on this. I'm not calling him out or anything, right? That's what people want, so he delivers, but yeah, a lot of it goes unexplained. So right now I'm on about 2.8 trillion.
Oh yeah! Here for some new gear? Or you
Okay, so what I want to do is 600 of them. So that's worth it though. That's gonna be a decent bit of damage. But he says 4 dots. And in the video I saw him do damage. He climbs up to 5 trillion pretty quickly. I mean, his dummy DPS goes up to 5 trillion very quickly. I mean, I will go through the video once more to understand it, but I feel like this stuff should be explained properly. instead of being omitted like this. Oh my god, why are these dropping so fast? It's I can't comprehend of what's going on. Why? Whatever it is that I'm trying to sell, oh god. I agree. So from 2 dot to 4 dot, he gets that weird range skill, and I'm guessing it does something, right? And that, yeah. So he leaves the swiftness do out and gets the range skill. Okay, that's fine, right? That is doing something supposedly, but the other one I just don't understand. From 1 trillion to 2 trillion, what's happening? And the thing is, that belt adds a ton of damage, right? I do not object to that belt adding damage. However, 1.2 trillion, 2.4 trillion, yeah. And I would argue that my gear is better and I can't get to 4 trillion myself. One thing though, on my divinity slates yesterday, I was running very, very broke, and I can say how fast it, right? It's not too bad, but I'm missing the attack skills on both of the divinity slates that I'm copying, right? As you can see, no attack skills on both of them. So, oh, actually, on one of them I do. My mistake. On the other, I don't have it. So that means I'm missing out on 2 skills. I thought I was missing out on 4. Yeah. That's what I thought with the arrow as well. So thank you, by the way. Thank you very much. Normally, I should be the one explaining stuff to you, but yeah, in this game, I'm just learning. Okay, so he's using interesting stuff. So we have this one done. We have to get this one. Okay. So uh, I was going to ask you something. So in his divinity stuff, he has paralysis applications, right? In his divinity stuff. I don't have any paralysis in my divinity. I just have the one in my skill tree. Do you think, yeah, he also has paralysis on the pet as well? Multiple applications of paralysis, does it do something? I'm guessing it does because he has a lot of paralysis going on. I do. I mean, I do have the talent. So see, he has paralysis in here. He has paralysis from the pet as well. Okay. Oh. Oh. I see. So it increases the potency of the paralysis. Okay. The paralysis source I have is okay. Thank you. The paralysis source I have is I have grudge. Okay. I have grudge in the Magus. So I'm guessing I have to stick to it. Okay, so that's why you actually want this effect. Yeah, 27%. Yep. So the problem is I won't be able to imitate this because this, grudge in this fella is costing me 50 additional energy, or I will have to let go of the protection field. Yeah. So let me open my own. Precise, concentrated. Okay. Neutron, hello. That's a very well phrased, yeah, statement, yeah. So, I would think that. I would think that myself, but I don't know if you were. Yes, I will go. So, normally I wouldn't agree with Komodo, but I agree now. The expansion was, I was so hyped when the Diablo release was coming out. I even stayed. So, I live in Turkey, and it was, a pretty late release for us. It was like 2 a.m. or so. And, and I had class in the morning. I had to go teach. And even then, I risked the sleeplessness to play. And after playing a little bit, I got a little bit, disgusted, right? A lot of things went in the wrong direction, right? A lot of things went bad. So, my beloved Diablo, I couldn't play it too much, right? I did play it, of course. Path of Exile, it's a little bit different, but it's a good game. So this game has the pay to win mechanics, which are annoying, but it has some stuff that no other games have, right? For example, you like someone's build, you can copy their build in its entirety with every little detail, right? That's huge. There is the auction house that you don't even need to go to. Let me show you, for example. I'm here, right? I'm not at the auction house, as you can see. Bang, open auction house without going there. The ease of play is very nice. There is, of course, some scumbag behavior, but yeah, it's a good game. So, I'm not playing Diablo and I'm playing this. But, I will blame that on Diablo being bad. They did such weird stuff. Shall I buy this? How much do I have? Can I afford it? I can. Should I? Yes, I should. I think. I mean, it's a little bit more damage. I'll take it. Okay. Yep. So 25% aura effect. Okay. So watch for yourself and make your decision. But okay. So I do have grudge here to apply the. So I'm not. So if I wanna imitate Milky, what I need to do is now I have to keep the grudge in. Obviously, I will have to take the protection wheel out, which will make me take a little bit more damage. I guess it is what it is, right? Can do that. Yeah, because he does suggest that we get that. Okay. So what he suggests is putting another node in here. So what is it? Let me, actually we can do this, right? Let me do it like this. Yeah, this took a little bit for me to understand, but what does it put in? Oh. Okay. Oh, I see. What is this for? Why do I need that? I don't even need that. That's not the smartest move. No, thank you. Put that in. That's not even necessary. I can perfectly handle it. Okay, sure. Right, I do have the mana. I don't need. So I'm not getting any additional reservation help. This is weird. So he wouldn't have done this, right? That's weird. Okay, that sweetness duo has actually run its course. Mark of arrows, right? Mark rain of arrows. Okay, so I'll do this. Okay, I'll do activation medium track. Okay. Okay, but the thing is, I won't be able to get the support, right? Oh, what the hell? Okay. Oh, I thought this was expensive. Let me be a cheap ass. 41. Okay, now I thought this was expensive. Didn't realize. Okay, let's just do this immediately then. Okay, skill. I'll put that in. I'll put that in. So the number of slots. Okay. So, okay. Actually, my flips did work. Congratulations, me. Something I was able to get away with. So this is going to add me like 150 FE in total when it works. So thing is, guys, this skill is very notorious for very slow leveling, right? It is leveling at the pace or that restraint does. So I found out yesterday the hard way. So when I found 3 of them being sold for the base price of the skill, I thought I could buy it and I could sell it to people leveled at a little bit of profit. Yeah, it is seeming to be working. Okay, so hold on. What is the situation here? Okay, so what? So what is confusing me? So guys, I get a little bit stuck. But the reason I got stuck is he pays 50 energy for a restraint that he doesn't need. Is the thing that's confusing to me. Why? Is he gonna do something with the mana? The Scorch is autocast. Okay. So Blink is being cast with life, right? These two are autocast, so we don't really care about their mana, or do we? But one way to find out.
Please select the calibration intensity for invincibility number 2.
See, Scorch is autocast. So that means we have broken 3 trillion. Did we? We should have definitely broken 3 trillion.
Please select the calibration intensity for invincibility number 2.
1, 2, Come on, give me the trillion. Give me the trillion. Come on. I really dislike it when it doesn't allow me to hit that nice smooth milestone that we had. Okay, the problem though. So 3 trillion. And the restraints actually did sell, so we made a 150 profit. I mean, okay, not bad. Yeah, so if anyone knows this skill, right, they would be buying. Yeah, they would be buying a level 1 instead of a level 1 1. Okay, so guys, I will do something because you just saw that I realized that we needed, precise concentrated on this one. So let me just go over everything here. Savage charge, savage charge. Increase the area, increase the area. Guard, guard, okay. Savage charge, bulldoze, quick decision, fire explosion. So these are all correct. Mark rain of arrows, okay. Actually, activation medium track. Okay. Really? Okay. So what's the variance here? Oh, oh, oh. What's the variance? So 0.9 to 1 seconds does not mean too much, but 20 meters does mean something. Okay. Okay. I don't like the second part, I think. Activation track. Ah, filter surge, okay. Oh, the red one is okay. Okay, okay, okay. Oh, okay. Now that's more like it. Okay. Now the price is. So triggers the support skill on up to 3 locked on enemies every level. I see. I was a little bit surprised. Now it makes more sense. So the variant that we want is actually much more expensive. What we want is the radius, right? Radius is important. That's a shame. Expensive. Dang. So question is, shall we grab a worse version? Okay, that's more like it. Okay, this is, I think, actually, price performance wise, it's not bad. So what's the difference? It does trigger the skill a little bit less frequently, right? And also in a more narrow radius. But we are profiting by almost 2000 FE. I guess that's not bad. Okay. So the one that Milky using, the only difference is that it triggers it just a little bit more frequently than this one. There's no. What about 200? So the radius is 16 meters, 18 meters, 17 meters. Okay, 18 meters does look like it's winning the prize. Okay. Now let's continue to review our skills. That's gonna get. So there is that. There is this. There is that. Okay. Let's see if we have anything. Blink. Magic dash. CDR. Cost conversion. Bull's rage. Oh, actual activation medium energy. Okay. CDR. Okay. And at some point, guys, there is a cheap move that we can pull off, that you can grab yourself level 21 supports. They are not really very expensive. I am thinking about that as the last resource, so there is no need for that restraint. We just have zero use for it. So yeah, if I'm understanding this correctly, his mistake is actually helping us. So I wouldn't be able to replicate what he does, but now I can, because I can let go of that restraint that we don't need, and we can put in the grudge in the find fell. Okay. Restrain. Okay. Pizza. Enjoy. Rock Magus. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. He does change that well as well. Oh. Okay, that's pretty good actually. Lots of minor changes, eh? 50. Don't mind if I do. Okay. 4.9. Why? What was it? Rock. No, that's the one I think. So filter search. We want at least 4.8% or so. And the price is not as it seems, of course. I'm gonna break a tooth when And if 4.8, 4.8, 4.8, wow, not messing around. You do not get anything better than 4.8. Oh, that's why he does the restrain. I got it now. Yeah. It does penalize our... Yeah. So I think we can let this go for the time being. Yeah. So guys, the thing is, this gives us a lot of survivability because it increases our armor's efficiency against non-physical damage. So normally, guys, you get a lot of physical damage reduction with armor, and it does something interesting. Armor applies its damage reduction against non-physical damage as well at a 60% efficiency rate. So this is supposed to take it up to like 65%, which is very nice, right? It's actually out of survival. However, it penalizes the sealed mana compensation. Yeah. So I cannot do this. Telefonda bile oynanır. Okay, so that's not happening. Can't do it. Okay, because we need the grudge. So I think we are done here. We are. Okay. At least we found out why he was using that restraint. Yeah, he doesn't use the grudge because he has the paralyze coming from the pet. Coming from the pet. And we don't have that pet, so yeah, that's what we'll have to stick to. So now that should be 3 billion. Oh yes, 3 trillion. Actually more, I guess. Oh, what? I got the War Axe belt in? How the hell do I lose damage? I had 2.8? Okay, that is a little bit confusing. So we did all of these skills and I actually lost damage? Because this one doesn't trigger? Hold on. Okay. Got it. Activation medium energy shield does not get triggered. But the activation medium elite does. At least I was able to think of that. Hello, Kilit. 3.3 trillion. That's how it's going for now. Also, let's take a look at his pack page. I think
When can I get an epic fight?
not mine. His. Okay, he changes kismets. Yes. Oh, we get the fourth one as well. Level 20 Frost Magus. So that we are going to gain the effect of that Frost Magus and increase 30% effect. And we will lose some strength. I mean, we do have extreme amounts of strength, so we can definitely handle that. Oh. How much is this? Dual Kısmet Ice Flower. Happening anytime soon. Oh god, that's pretty ugly. It's almost, and you need two of them, so yeah, that's about 3,000. And let's also take a look at what the Frost Magus does. Guessing it does something defensive like regen or anything. Let's see. Life regen. Okay. So it's going to be like 5-6% or so life regen. Wow, that's going to be actually a huge amount of life regen. So that means we do not get one shot that we'll be able to heal everything back up. Pretty nice, right? And that's what level 98 bonus is going to give us as well. Okay. No, the condition I have placed upon it says when energy shield goes low, and because the energy shield does not budge when I'm doing the dummy. Get it?
Drink.
Okay. So right now, what do we need to do? I don't need to roll into the crit damage here, the cooldown reduction here, right? What I want to do is upgrade that erosion resistance into tier 0. After that, we re-roll both rings to our liking. This one? Oh, we definitely roll this. Ooh, we definitely roll this. Whoa, everything is on the garbage end actually. Okay, that's very definitely getting re-rolled. Okay. I did get that done. Okay. So what we need, this one is fine. We need to upgrade that erosion resistance into tier 0.
Strongest warrior in Valgong. Who dares to face me?
We need to upgrade that elemental. So we upgrade this ring's erosion resistance into tier 0. Then we roll everything in here to our liking. Reroll is cheap, so we can reroll, like tens of times. We upgrade this weapon's elemental damage into tier 0. Everything else is just going to be way too expensive. And then reroll the weapon as well. Okay. So, about upgrading the tier on the ring.
Oh, yeah.
I think we need.
Or you wanna buy me a drink?
Okay, so we need this and this. Sacred fossils and precious amber. Do we have precious amber? Wow, SS Tomati is nasty, eh? Oh, that's why they disabled it. Supreme Showdown rewards were being able to claim repeatedly, okay? I do have this, okay? I guess I just put these in.
I am the strongest warrior in Valgong. Who dares
Stop shouting. They need to add an option to turn this speech off. 100%.
Oh yeah! Here for some new gear? Or you wanna buy me a drink?
Okay, so we wanna buy some sacred fossils. Like 40. Of course. No. That's the one thing I'm buying, and that doesn't go down. Everything I sell goes down without fail and exception. But you know, I'm trying looking to buy one thing, it actually goes up. Because screw me. Oh god. So distasteful.
Oh yeah! Here for some new gear? Or you wanna buy me a drink?
Thank you. Okay, so the situation is okay. Only cold is 2 off. No, sorry, fire is also 5 off as well.
Ah, now let's have a real Valga challenge.
Oh yeah! Here for some new gear? Or you wanna buy me a drink?
This would be so good, you know, if it works out on the first try. That's pretty expensive. That's like 170 per try. Nope. Nope. Didn't work. Be right back. Would have been so nice if it worked on the first try. So after getting this one done, we'll start rerolling the items. Then grab the drink. Would have been nice if this one worked in the first try. The other upgrades that we have available for us, I think, are all too expensive. So I think we should be getting close to getting ready after we roll this elemental damage, and then we reroll everything to our liking. And then we'll think about getting the Kismet. 3000 for life regen is, I'm not very sure. We also are lacking the legendary pet, sadly. Yeah. One thing that we can consider, though, I think the one final upgrade that we could consider is, hey, oh, Ivan, you put grudge in your fire thingy. That's what I did. So there is actually that one thing that I can do, and that is replacing this one, right? Because I just went for these, right? Additional strength and additional physical damage taken. However, it can also be done to. Okay, so inverse with a good micro, and let me see what Milky does. I'm guessing he does have a good amount of micro and not a bad amount of legendary, is what I'm guessing. One way to find out. Yep, exactly. Good amount of micro and decent amount of legendary. Okay, let's take a look at this. I am going to keep the things in order, but still, I want to see. Okay, inverse image, legendary, like -10, I guess. Micro, about 150. I don't think we care about the medium talents. Do we care? Oh no. Oh, okay. That's handleable. 159, -9. Do we care about the medium ones? 1000 is definitely doable. Whoop, whoop. We don't. Okay. That's doable. City 7. You can buy you can buy those. People are running boosts from those, which is I'm also something I'm considering. 167, -10. 155, -5. 53, -8. Yeah, I have to find a sweet spot here. Yeah, nothing that stands out, right? Oh, oh, what the hell? Excuse me, I have eaten my words. No, no, I misread. Oh, I was like, what the hell? That's 13,000. Huh. Okay, that doesn't work now. So none of these stand out to me. Yeah, so for example, if that one was a little bit higher on the micro, I could have considered it, but 174, I'm looking at the wrong thing again. Let me do it this way. And yeah. Yep, not one. And I guess I could keep taking a look at this. But yeah, so that's going to be an improvement, right? So the early version, we got this one. But yeah, so guys, I don't want to lose too much on the micro effect, but I want to also get the legendary effect to somewhere that's reasonable, which is the thing that I'm trying. Yeah. I'm impressed that people are pricing that so properly. Okay, stomp you. So I think I will aim at level 98, and then I will go for. Obviously, I'm not going to jump at it like an idiot. If I think it's viable, then I will go for it.
Keep fighting from victory to victory.
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor and shame.
$14. That should be money. That's not money. What the hell is this? Kind of strong. That's full resonators, by the way. The whole package. Okay, I don't need any of these. I hate those gear bubbles, man. Also, I think I have something on Holy going on. I think I have auction house slots that are left empty. Should immediately get on that. Hey, dude. That's
Enjoy this moment. The champion deserves the honor.
precise concentrate. Hold up, hold up, hold up. Oh. Oh. It levels?
Never felt better.
Wow. So some of these gems don't level and some of them do. Welcome back, Lulu. Oh. Oh, red memory. Oh, hey. I haven't hit any red memories for ages now. We got 2. Oh. Really? It's not bad. I mean, guys, I guess the base damage, the base one being damage is not very popular, right? People want stats over it. Bit for a, in for a bit of disappointment. But that compass should be valuable. All right. Ah. There's the compass. Oh, it's the medium version of it. Whoa. It has bounced back in value. Really? Wow. Okay. Militant. How about this? Have you bounced back? Oh my god, it's still dropping. It's. Ugh. That's dropping as well. What about you? Okay. I'll go 8.5 so you can sell. All right. Just sell you past 720. What about these? Wow. Everything is so worthless. Priceless militant compass. Priceless indeed. Only 6. Okay, whatever. So we should save up a little bit. Okay. I like it that we are able to do the... We are able to do it, you know, on full resonators though. So let's see the whole list because, you know, as I said, the last ones are pretty nasty, so there could be a few that break us, but right now it does look like we can handle them. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I have high quality bubbles, but they are garbage, right? I have 5 gear. The shame and dishonor I brought about my family here. I have never seen 5 gear. So terrible. Okay. That deep space map was so much XP, I'm still baffled by it. Yo. Oh, they are mobile. Extremely annoying. So are these arrows raining or not? They are, right? I guess I'll run back. Why would I not run back to get nothing, right? In every run, I seem to be losing the directional help stuff. Yeah, I saw. I mean, that movement speed elixir was not really doing very great. Okay. Hey. I'm leveling up my skills here, buddy. Be a little bit more polite. Okay, but you summoned them. Oh, come on. Die. And we got nothing. Beautiful. Okay, let's do a count here. I'm about 50. Pretty. That's because of the gear bubbles. Gear bubbles have an approximate value of 0. That's how bad they are. Because guys, in this game you do not go by drops, right? The legendaries, sure, but the rares, they are all crafted.
magician. The sun.
Yeah, this.
Never felt better.
Shut up.
And enjoy this moment. The champion deserves the honor.
The hardy Valga battle indeed. Wimp.
So precise concentrated is the thing that we put on our fearless. Let's put it at 29. What else shall we sell? Whoa, what the hell? Really? Okay. Didn't know. So, 200, yeah. There's a lot to be desired. Oh, we just did this, right? So we need to do this. Wow. Rare monsters will be full. We don't care. Well, this build can actually handle those last modifiers. So the Thea, it was impossible. Reset.
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor and shame.
Because when you have the toughness, you don't kinda care. Such a weird thing. I think they will ban this next season. We are triggering a ranged skill without having a ranged weapon. That's very weird. And I'm all for those nice and interesting supports that create build variations, but this is, I think, a little bit too much. Whenever the quality of a bubble changes, okay, that's good. 3 fluorescent. No, I think that's good. But we kind of want to change that orange. Oh, those bubbles, man. Ooh. What's going on? The rares do spawn with bubbles. So this is absolutely unhandleable by the poor Thea. But this guy doesn't care.
And enjoy this moment. The champion deserves the honor.
Wimp.
Whoa. Not gonna lie, it's pretty nasty. That should be a dead end, I think. Now that we don't have that swiftness thingy though, I think we have to be a little bit quicker on our feet. I am finishing the maps way too slowly, is what I'm saying. wealth.
Keep fighting from victory to victory.
Hmm. So I feel like we should be able to snipe inverse image at some point. You know, the one like that I want. Shall I go just 25 for a sale? A sale is better than a no sale. Let me take a look at this again. Nope. So can I get one for, let's say, 3,000? Ooh, that's... Let me just mark this. I don't think I will buy it, but 187 -6 does sound good. Let me actually search for... dexterity. Well, that's pretty nice, but we want all stats to be 10 or so as well. $50.52. Hmm. I mean, it is cheap, but damage it provides so low. Oh, that is actually cheaper. 50.51. Hmm. Or this one is insane. No, I think this is actually worth considering. Corruption is insane. Yeah, I mean, if I'm going to buy this, I'll just pay the extra 1,000 on about that one. I mean, that is something to consider a little bit later on. Sell, sell, sell. Let's not leave these empty. Portent moon. 14. Okay. So those final affixes are mostly meant to screw range attackers, right? I mean, I haven't seen anything that holds us melee here. Hello, fella. Give me the loot, please. The loot. We haven't been getting rhapsodies for a while. Oh. 3 tiers. Oh, that's an upgrade. You know, the upgrade said, you know, upgrades by 3 tiers. Actually got upgraded by 1 tier because it cannot be upgraded further. Good job, game. Good job. Oh, my mistake. Yeah, I mean, I got so disoriented by that stupidity.
Enjoy this moment. The champion deserves the honor.
Okay.
Never felt better.
It would be nice if we actually were able to let go of the void pirates here. I mean, it does counter our character's mobility. Right, you have to stand still in a place. Whoa. So bad. Let's go in. Let's go. They are losing value again. At least I was able to sell on my big supply. That compass, let's retire it. Okay. And yeah, it's all meant to screw the range attacker. There is nothing that holds his melee. And so far I've seen. I'm going to pay special attention to those red modifiers though, guys. I mean, the XP is very precious. And at this point, obviously, and if by some accident we die, we will be using our revive tokens. Okay, drops though. What in the world, man? How are we not getting anything out of these? That's a bit underwhelming, if I might say so. Really? don't like these. Okay, at least this time around, duration wise, it was fine. We were able to get done with the map.
Champion deserves the honor.
So these add a little bit of damage as well. So that precise aura now. Wow. That's pretty good. 30% aura effect, and it's leveling up still. Lot of melee. Yeah. And we get melee attack speed, skill damage, and critical strike rating all at once. So our doesn't allow us to level it, I think. Okay, no big deal. I mean, I could put on a weapon and level it, but I don't think it's required. Okay, so that's it. Let's go. Yeah, the classic memory scraps. Have we anything that we can sell? Okay. If it works, it works.
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor and shame.
You're the moon.
Okay.
Stay still. A part of every lonely.
Okay. We should be making at least 100 out of this. I'm coming, my beautiful statues.
Keep fighting from victory to victory.
So we are getting 100% increased loot quantity here, thanks to the bonus that we are using. Kill them.
Enjoy this moment. The champion deserves the honor.
This is being a little bit underwhelming though, but we are killing them.
Never felt better.
We are killing a lot of them here. This was extremely low. And I don't want to sound ungrateful, but this was really bad.
In the flame stolen from the gods, he forged the Aegis. Wimp.
Because the thing is, guys, in what's the name? In Rhapsodies, so we find Rhapsodies half as frequent as a normal person would, right? Because one of the power-ups that we use, but we get double drops.
Gods, henceforth.
That's getting added to the list of events that we are skipping whenever we see them. That's unacceptable in my opinion. Why does it drop nothing? Right? And you know that event is terrible, right? I can't do it on like 8-2 with the Thea. Right? It actually does a lot of annoying stuff. So for the city boost, I don't know what they charge on Americas, but I think on Europe it's about 3K or thereabouts. You know, the weird thing is, the people that advertise as boosting the city, they always say they advertise for the city now. And I ask them how much. I don't reply. I don't whisper them, but they don't reply in the trade chat. Yeah. So I think I heard someone say 3K. So that's where I'm pulling that number from. So the good thing is, guys, you don't really care too much about the leveling being not very fast because because you are not dying. So it just accrues and accrues until you level. So obviously there is one problem. Removes one bubble. That are two. Oh. Ooh. So guys, that's why you wanna get a high quality bubble earlier. When you get, see, I had a red one. Even though it was garbage gear, it allowed me to get 2 more red ones. We have been missing out on that sweet 50 drop for some time. Okay, 34 is close to 50. You are forgiven. But you haven't been seeing 50. Adds 2 commodity bubbles. How much do I like these? No, not at all. I'll just do 2 upgrades here. Yep.
Enjoy this moment. The champion deserves the honor.
So the XP is down to 76%, which is not that terrible. So at this point, because everything is multiplicative, even the small upgrades are making a difference. Quantity, obviously. Let's go in. Again, we'll forego off doing bosses again, of course, until we level, because at this point we have a decent bit saved up. At 98, our regeneration is going to increase by a lot. Let's go. Do you have any sales? We don't. What are we on? 500. Main. What does main do? Oh. Okay, let's see that. So it's bleed from Path of Exile. Let's see if we can handle it.
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor and shame.
So it deals increased damage if you keep on moving. I'm guessing I'm not caring too much. Nope. Even at the increased damage status, it's not. Okay. Don't be gear, okay. So at least the chances of it being garbage is low. Whatever. Random. Edge. Okay. Scraps. Go. Scraps. Yes. Go.
And enjoy this moment. The champ.
Finish this.
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor and shame.
Not yet.
Oh, it's gonna get removed. Oh God. Oh, I made a mistake. I shouldn't have done this map, right? Oh, that was awful. I should have done a map that didn't reduce my chance of entering the nightmare, right?
Never felt better.
Reduced by one only. Okay, that's the remove one. Okay, maybe it was actually helpful. Funnily enough. Got a very good one. What? What? That's the first time I see this. Not even two options.
Wimp.
And enjoy this moment. The champion deserves the honor.
Scraps. Thank you. Scraps. Yes. Let's go actually. I see some there. We haven't handled. Maybe it's not worth it. I guess it wasn't.
Never felt better.
Whoa. You guys so good. Being able to tank. Frosted. Freezes target at 5 stacks. Lasts for 5 seconds too. Let's see. That's interesting actually. I'm not very sure if we will be able to handle this. One rainbow and like 6 red ones, but you know the gear ones don't count. They are worth nothing. The problem is that the gear bubbles drop the so the drops they have is garbage, and on top of that they also drop the dream talking stuff very rarely, so hence their worthlessness.
Keep fighting. From victory to victory.
Wow, white, eh? Whoa, whoa. Ooh, 10 stacks of weapons. Whoa, 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 whoa. Excuse me? 200? 40 or so. What are you attacking, buddy? But you are getting on my nerves. What are you guys attacking? Second divinity. That's like 350 or so. You guys are driving me crazy here. Hold up. Second divinity. That's a card, eh? Let me see if I know it. Oh, yes. I remember. So that's valuable. Yep. 400 or so. Not bad, but you know, it was a lot of red ones. I was going to say, why am I so slow? I remember. It's the frosting. Ooh. Wow. Eternity doesn't care. I get frozen. Sorry. You know, I can't really tell you the amount of deaths that we would have had with Thea in here. The answer would be yes. How many times would you die? Yes.
Keep fighting from victory to victory.
But Honey Badger doesn't care. Eternity is so good. And also tanking is so good. Mm-hmm.
Well, indeed. Never felt better.
I wonder how much these changes are making a difference of, right? Small changes. It's only 2 gems getting leveled, but should they add? Go in. That was surprisingly uneventful. Not much drop there. So let's take a look at these. 31 armor. Whoa, armor has been gaining pretty hard, eh? Okay. I sold them at 8.5. Wow. 8.5 is pretty expensive actually. Max. Okay. These used to be 6. That is the one of the very few things that has gained value. Okay. Let's do the max amount of weapons and sell for like. Okay. So if both of these sell, we should be near 1,000. I guess at 1,000, we can try rolling that weapon's elemental damage into the higher tier. We could, yeah. That portent one isn't selling. Let's move it. Let's do the new card that we have obtained. Last one I sold for 82. We have not been getting the top quality compass from the season event too many times, right? I have just one here. No, I'm wondering, I am farming this at a high level, right? Is it worth to... So I can't really make heads or tails of, using the highest quality one, because 70. So I'm generating some value from there, but nothing that approaches 70. So double drops, yeah, that it doesn't add up, right? I can't really, I'm very happy to sell it for 70, but I just don't understand how someone is getting a value of 70 from it. This is actually pretty toxic. I mean, if it wasn't for eternity, I think we're dying all the time. This freeze duration is so small though. Thankfully. I'm constantly getting frozen here.
Never felt better. Well, indeed.
Quantity.
Enjoy this moment. The champion deserves the honor.
So as I said, I think at 98 we can go for it. So I can't really make heads or tails of the value of any seasonal compass really, right? So the first one gives 10% quantity to those monsters, right? And it costs like 4. So 10% quantity generating a value of 4. Not very sure. And would it? That freeze thing is somewhat depressing actually.
Enjoy this moment. The champion
So guys,
deserves the honor.
10% drops here. Would it really make a difference of 4 FE? Doesn't look like it. The mid tier gives... I should have like 1 or 2 on me, I guess.
From victory to victory.
So what does the mid tier do? Do I see any? I should have some. Okay, there it is. So 15%, 40% quantity. So it has lost a little bit of value, so might be valuable. I mean, it might be worth it. Maybe. Right, but it was like 20. I mean, I don't see... And of course, you'd have to be able to handle the monsters, right? Because they deal more damage and they take less damage. Yeah. And the highest quality one buffs them even more. Wow. Very nice. drooling. Okay. The weapon sold. Let's try this. Sells, that's good. Let's see the 1,000 and then get the weapon done and then reroll everything until we are satisfied. I think that should be enough resources to get all of them done. Cards are not selling.
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor and shame.
Every fluorescent bubble upgraded by 1 tier. Every 3 commodities. Okay, I have 1 commodity here. I'm guessing that's the best one.
Keep fighting from victory to victory.
Okay, one of the cards sold. Some loot. But that's, as I said, a little bit discomforting. If we weren't playing this character, we would have been dead rather than discomforted, but still pretty tiresome. 1 to 3 win. Please not 1. I'm okay with everything else. Thank you very much. I mean, guys, that red star can be 50 FE and I just get the garbage. Get so many names.
Enjoy this moment. The champion deserves the honor.
28% quantity. Oh, missed the boss whisper. I can't tell. The icon is very similar to the Wonder, so I can't tell when we have boss whisper. Thankfully, the freezes have a short duration. Wow. 3 to 5 for 7 strength. That would be insane.
Now let's have a real Valga challenge.
Well, I'm actually curious. Let's see our damage.
Please select the calibration intensity for invincibility.
So we were on 3.3 trillion, so it should be like 3.5 at least, maybe a little bit higher. Not too much higher. We did level the gem. Yeah. 3.5 billion. So what we could do right now to, yeah, I mean, we are going to get the Kismet is defensive. It's going to give us a ton of life regen, which is not bad. Right? At this point, we are so strong it actually will mean something, I think. But it is pretty expensive and of secondary nature right now. So do we have any sales? We do. It's not enough. Let's aim for 1K. Okay, that is going to help us in that regard, I think. Okay. It's a lot of quantity, right? 100 from this, 20% from the map, a lot from the difficulty.
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor and shame.
Wimp.
Garbage again. What's this good for?
Battle indeed.
Enjoy this moment. The champion deserves the honor.
Scraps. Okay, well, leveling the gem was nice, right? We got the 3.5 trillion. Doesn't go the same with Thea, obviously. But obviously it's also not going the same with Thea, if you know what I mean, right? We are far tankier. And most importantly, we can handle the last set of okay, well, we actually okay. Too bad.
Wimp.
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor
Being able
and
to sell the
shame.
memory scraps is nice.
We will go inside.
Some drops now. I don't want to sound ungrateful, but the Lunaria is feeling a bit underwhelming.
Never felt better.
Mystery Treasure God's Compass. I wonder if we would be able to handle the Trial of the Brave, actually. Curious.
And enjoy this moment. The champion deserves the honor.
That's also nearing the cap as well, so we have to buy some maps at some point.
Let's have a
So has this market gotten a little bit better? I wonder. Wow. Orange ones being so worthless, so weird. Shall we do this lameness? It's a while since we've been doing it. Where is it? The petty people are back at it.
I am the
We have that annoying frosted here, which we could have reset actually.
Weight of both honor and shame.
So we have wanted to add a commodity, right? We have 5 commodities here. There's no replication going on. Sad. Okay. That actually. So we can add one more commodity or Vim, obviously. We'll get our hands on 2 red commodities. Okay, some loot now. They haven't been very generous. Haven't been very generous, old boy.
keep fighting from victory to victory.
Adds 2 commodities, yes. That's actually better, but we want to trigger the bonus. So that means we are going to get 2 red ones.
Enjoy this moment. The champion deserves the honor.
I wonder how nasty this would be for regular non-tanky characters. Yeah, it's pretty ugly.
A battle indeed. Never felt better.
Scraps. This is pretty tiresome, yeah. You kinda have to reset this normally. Go in. Okay. We haven't been getting many hard FE drops, have we? Take a look at that, the number hardly moves. Okay. So we did get, I would say, pretty close to our goal. So let's stick to our original plan. We're gonna roll 1k. I feel like this is going much slower than normal though. Okay, so far as I have been able to observe, I don't think there is anything that very hard counters us in the last set of resonator modifiers, but for a range, God help them, yeah. For a melee, it's fine. Why do you keep duping the white bubbles, man? You also have non-white bubbles in there,
Never felt better. The hearty felt. Indeed.
Some money, please. That's actually pretty bad, yeah. As long as there are no dream talking involved, yeah, it's not too good money, right? It's like 20 FE. We did work quite hard for it. The compensation should have been better than 20 FE.
Keep fighting from victory to victory.
Keep on stacking it, Tanito, my boy. Did I get used to the awesomeness of the loot of Profound, or I mean, it does feel like we are not getting much, and God forbid any decent drops that are worth a lot. 3-digit drops, no such thing.
Enjoy this moment. The champion deserves the honor.
I mean, there is the occasional 10 or 5 FE, but that's it. Whoa. That stuff should have been lethal. Weasel.
Indeed. Keep fighting from victory to victory.
Scraps. Let's do those void thingies. So much going on. I can't do this next level. So close, but 140% additional scrap quantity. Oh, that's an upgrade. So we don't have sales, which means we have not hit that 1k that I was hoping for. I'm gonna guess that's worthless. as well. What about this one? That's maybe worth a little, but we just don't have the slots to put that in.
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor and shame.
Never felt better.
Oh. Hey. Did they survive? I guess without the belt, you know, building up. For every 3 fluorescent. These are not good. Come on, buddy, give a little bit of loot now. 11, come. Oh, okay, that's money. So the revive means like at least 30 FE or something.
Enjoy this moment. The champion deserves the honor.
Never felt better.
Okay. The precise thing is also not leveling very fast. We have been, you know, working on it for some time. Okay, now we have finally kept our promise to ourselves and reached 1K.
Oh yeah!
Okay.
Here for some new gear? Or you wanna buy me a drink?
Okay. Precious Amber. Very well, actually. That should give us a few FE, I think. I've been doing this in a while. So our damage is nothing that compares to the Thea, right? However, the survivability is insane. And broke our record. Already. I mean, the survivability is just way too good, right?
I heard the call.
Okay.
Back to the fight.
But yeah, the importance of damage. With the Erika, no, not the Erika. With the Thea, we had so much lower survivability. we get to 3,180? We did. Wow. I just don't have the damage anymore, right?
I hear the call of my ancestral spirit.
Wow. 54 FE. So generous. The commission I paid. Wow. There is a 10,000, more than a 10,000 difference of the tax return versus. Whoa. Nasty. And funny thing is, guys, I have never seen 10,000.
When can I get an epic fight, Valkyrie?
I think the highest amount
I
of,
can't wait any longer.
biggest amount of FE I ever held in my hands were 6,000 before I bought the scepter. Okay, the trinket has sold. Very nice. Okay, so we are sitting on almost 1.5k, which is nice. So we needed to buy
Oh yeah! Here for some new gear?
fossils.
Wanna buy me a drink?
Yes, sacred fossils and precious amber. Okay. So like this. I might have had some precious amber on the Thea. These are not really very expensive, but as you saw, you know, the expenses are in the very large amounts. I've got, no, I did stash them already. Fine amber. No, we don't have it, right? It's called precious or something. We have a sacred fossil though. A tooth fossil. Yeah, let's put these in. Use them. Okay. So they used to cost like 0.03, I believe. So I'm hoping it doesn't take too many tries. By the way, what we just did kind of means we are at least ready for SS19Y, because with the Thea, I was able to take down SS18, and we actually took it further by like 80 tiers or so. So we have about 3.5 trillion.
Now let's have a real.
Oh yeah!
So let's take a look at it again. We want to upgrade this one, so we want to buy as many as these precious ambers. Amber. Precious. These should be like even lower. 0.03 per. That's, the price is not bad, but I don't want to spend that many ambers on. 5,000 for 150. Oh, actually, that's pretty cheap, right?
Oh yeah! Here for some new gear?
Second try would do it, please. Would be so good. Nope. We have to buy sacred fossils again. That's 45 each. Let's consider that. That's 45 each as well. That's a little below 45 each, right? 45 times 7 would be 300 then. 15? That's 44 times 8. Okay. I mean, I really needed to work
Here for some new gear?
sometime soon.
Buy me a drink.
Yeah, that's why I dislike this. It's insane. It's like 160 per try. It's just casually failing 50 million times. Yeah, I mean, do more of that, but I have been doing mini maps to save this up and obviously fail 50 million times in a row. Why would you not? Wow. Wow.
Oh yeah! Here for some new gear? Or you wanna buy me a drink?
Yep. The most expensive thing that I'm trying. And you know, I'm not daring to try anything more expensive. I'm only trying that one, and of course it fails 50 million times. One more try, and we are about to go broke.
Oh yeah! Here for some new gear? Or you wanna buy me a drink?
Yep. Ah. Perfectly fair. Perfectly fair. Our last few tries. And you know, I had 1,500
Here for some new gear?
all gone
You wanna buy me
trying to roll this one thing that's supposed to be rolled in. Thank you very much. At least it's done. Oh, God. So, we kind of re-rolled everything that we wanted to, right? Not re-rolled, sorry. That should be at least 3.6 billion, I would say. So we want a lot of the... So guys, why am I not upgrading other stuff? Because I can't. Right? They are very expensive. And as you can see, even this one was pretty tiresome. So what do we want to do? We want to do is re-roll the boots and the two rings and the weapon to our liking. So do we re-roll with this fossil? So what the reroll does is it keeps all of the modifiers in place. As you can see, the attack skill level doesn't vary. The armor mitigation penetration is important. The strength is important. So those are on the high end. That's a little bit risky. But the elemental damage is on the very low end, right? So, and these do not cost too much. So you could try. The elemental damage is also on the very low end. So getting everything on the high end is not going to be possible. I don't think it will require way too many rerolls, but I think we can, keep the armor damage mitigation, penetration, and the strength near where they used to be, and can make the others jump a little bit. So we lost a ton of strength. Crit damage was lost as well. These are very, very bad rolls, by the way. Excuse me? Why is nothing rolling right? Okay. Okay. Oh. Oh. Guys, everything is so nice, but take a look at the elemental damage. It's reverse perfect. The armor mitigation penetration went up by 1. The strength almost remained where it is. The crit damage went up by a little, but the elemental damage is the reverse perfect, which is, which is what we anticipated a lot on. Oh, these have gained value as well. So the rerolls are actually not that cheap as I made them out to be. Bashar is gonna buy these. Yep. Okay, so the thing is, more for 7, that's cheaper. Okay. I think we will have to reroll this further because we can gain a lot of damage from this. But that was so awful. I mean, 2 rolls here. And if this was like on 260s, I would have accepted it. As it is, it's very nice. Yep, lost a lot of damage. Okay. Hold on. Okay, I think that's for timing is. So the elemental damage never rolls proper. However, the armor damage mitigation penetration remained where it was. We lost a little bit of strength. We gained crit damage and elemental damage both at once. Okay. Let's say that is okay for the time being. This one was very bad, so I think it should be very easy to be. It actually managed to be crap. So the armor, you want more. Movement is nice. Okay, hold on. So the armor is on the high end. The life is not bad. The hasten has improved. The movement has improved. I guess it's fine. Okay. Let's do the second ring. So I have to take a look at these resistances. So the lightning is exactly there. The erosion has 2 off. Okay. So we don't want the lightning to go lower, but I don't think it will go lower because it's already on the lower. Well, I mean, it can go lower, but it shouldn't. Okay, so the penetration, you want to go up. It went 1 lower, erosion went up, 19 and 54. Let me take a look at this. Lightning went lower by 1. That's a shame. Because I was actually satisfied with the roll. Okay. So the lightning has to be 28 minimum and erosion has to be like 30 minimum. Just check it again. Okay. Lightning 28, erosion 30. The penetration went much lower. Erosion is actually, I believe, one off. Oh my god, that's so sad.
Drink.
Hmm. That is pretty toxic.
Oh yeah! Here for some new gear? Or you wanna buy me a drink?
I mean, we had a good roll there. Oh, that was
Oh
correct.
yeah! Here for some new gear? Or you wanna buy me a drink?
Oh, that's so toxic. $28.30. What's the chances of that? Yeah. So everything remained the same, but we lost. So that's going to take actually a lot of tries. 28 would be like 70%. That's 50 to 35%. Yeah, I mean, it's like going to be 10% or so. Okay. It's again a shave by the erosion. Oh, yes. I think that did it. I think we kept all of our resistances capped out while increasing the penetration and the strength as well. The strength didn't go very badly. Okay. So now question remains, can we reroll this? So the thing is, it's going to cost 2 to reroll.
Oh yeah! Here for some new gear? Or you wanna buy me a drink?
So the toxic thing is, guys, we are missing fire resistance, and so therefore we want the fire resistance to remain at the cap or near the cap. Also, the penetration, we want to stay near the cap as well. So, you know, what I'm basically doing here is a little bit of spoiled behavior. I'm trying to get myself 2 additional cold resistance. Right? So that's going to be like a 30% thing, right? The fire resistance being at the top is going to be, let's say we accept 34 as well. That's going to be 20%, so that's 6% already. Right? And if we add the elemental and erosion resistance penetration to stay near the top as well, that's going to be like 1% at the cost of about 4 to reroll. Yeah, that's going to be like 400. I don't think that's a cost that we can handle. So we can just leave the 2 cold resistance missing, I think. Otherwise, it's, I think, a little bit stupid. Okay. But I think that we have gotten stronger by a lot. I mean, lot is relative, but so I don't think we would get to like 4 billion, but
Please select the calibration
I mean, I think we should get
for
close.
invincibility
3.8 at least, I would say. Trillion, sorry. See? 3.4, 3.5. Now, 3.8. What's happening? That too much damage. Right? Bit below expectations, and it doesn't really seem to be. Looks to be not really exceeding. I mean, all of this was for like 3%. That should not be possible, though. There is something wrong here because, you know, just I lost a little bit strength there, actually, maybe. Could be it. But we gained crit damage. We could also consider doing the dream on the weapon. For elemental penetration, maybe. 3.6, eh? I mean, that was a lot of work to add, like 3% damage. I guess there is the gem that still needs leveling, but yeah, it was a little bit underwhelming. Yeah, so the huge supply that we had is now out of dream stuff. Okay. Let's also go a little bit of lane. Can't go lame. Okay. Shall we try our might at this divinity? The 6-card mode has a chance to drop divinity emblem.
Who dares to face light, friend? May the darkness devour you.
Okay, I mean, that's going to be a little bit silly, but just do it. What I'm doing here is a little bit lame, but no, I didn't want to buy anything. This is actually me wasting time and currency here, but so when I say I'm wasting currency, I mean I'm wasting currency by doing something that's so this does not compare to profound max resonator farming. Yeah, so right now we are hard bottom farming. At least there is not much movement involved either. Obviously, we do not mind moving though.
That young girl. Do you know her?
Shut up.
No. You're here for her.
Light, friend. May the darkness devour you.
Keep fighting from victory to victory. The hardy Falga battle indeed.
So yeah, I don't think this is going to give us a hard time until the third or the fourth one, I guess.
The hardy Falga battle indeed.
Okay, I mean that was a drop.
Light, friend. May the darkness devour you.
So normally you buy this from others. So this should be laughable as well. Okay, well, the final boss of this one, I believe, was Goblin Lightning Priest. He actually used to inflict a little bit of damage. Let's see what he does to us. I don't think he's gonna be able to do anything, but one way to find out. So at least the proof of the brave thing is somewhat valuable. So we are starting to get exclusive drops here, I think.
Friend, may the darkness devour.
So I was able to complete this before. Special skill stone. Precise sync. Oh, precise restraint drops here. Oh, it is too hard for me. Really? Well, let me try my luck. I have managed to do this with the Thea, right? But well, it wasn't very far off, was it? But of course, starting with the boss wave was a little awful for us. We kind of want the stacks. And again, a boss. This is insane. Wow. Being survival is so weird. Boss wave for the third time in a row. No, this one it's elites. Okay, that's why we are able to kill them. And the thing is stacking finally. So many effects going on. Okay, it doesn't look like we will be able to handle the next level of this one though. Maybe I should be doing this with the War Axe belt. Not sure. I mean, the start was really rocky. But yeah, now I think the belt has finally procced. Not fully, still. Yeah, huge difference after the belt has procced. But you have to get the start going somehow. Look at the game underestimating me. It's too tough for you, it says. Still not done? This is a single wave that we are talking about. Really?
Keep fighting from victory to victory.
Oh, crowded. So no one dying is a bit of a problem. And I think they are killing me. Okay. That was...
Hearty Falga battle indeed.
Wow.
A glorious
Oh.
ending. Valga.
8 revive tokens.
Back to the fight.
I never thought this is how I would be spending my revival tokens. One thing that occurs to me here, I definitely should have brought the War Axe belt with me. Oh,
Hearty Falga battle indeed.
I don't have it on me, right?
I heard the
Oh. Why is it surviving at? Why is it surviving at 1% HP though? That's very dislikable, my good friend. Okay. So exit challenge, will I be able to continue or not? Because I kind of think I want the War Axe belt.
The origin of thunder will be your end.
And my precious revival tokens, man. That's so awful. Wow. Those revival tokens. Dang. Dang.
Light, friend. May the darkness devour it.
You shall be imprisoned beneath the thunder. You shall be imprisoned beneath the thunder.
What is this garbage, man? Come on, stop this. precious, my precious, precious, precious revival tokens. Oh god. So I'm hoping I will not ever need them again. Dang.
Buy or sell. Help yourself to the catalog.
Dang. Oh god. So how much is this garbage worth? That's how much it's worth. Oh, I wasted so much. God. Dang. Maybe carry the belt with me at all times. Idea. Wow, that much survived and they went through. Yeah. And thing is, I was able to do that with Thea. So the problem is because our damage was lacking, we were not able to keep our stacks from the eternity. They were expiring. Okay, so a few more things that can add damage for us.
Now let's have a real vulgar
We
challenge.
can change our inverse image, and I guess we can change our amulet. Not too much of an improvement though. Yeah, keeping our precious XP intact was. Yeah, I didn't think, it would be that bad. Oh. Oh. That's wonderful, guys. It's worth like 150 FE. Single map. Let's go back to our original place of birth. Profound. That modifier is actually somewhat annoying, right? Even on this character. Fluorescent. 2 fluorescent or 1 to 3 fluorescent that are blue or better. Okay.
Never felt better.
Dang. No, I didn't think they would be able to go through all my survival and get to me, but they did, yeah. Root fossil is the reroll one, the one that we just bought. Okay. Continuously getting frozen. Oh, beautiful. So beautiful. 2 cravings immediately. And now we'll do it again and it will give us 2 more cravings. So this happens pretty rarely, but it is worth 4 invitations. Because with the compass you can do it twice. Alright. Wow. What kind of characters are doing Path of the Brave 50, man? Wow. Dang. Let's also retire this. Oh. Oh. When we were suffering in there, we actually had gotten this. I thought it was the other one. That's actually a better version. I mean, 3-digit drops are very welcome. We had not been getting 3-digit drops in a really good long while now. Okay. These invitations. Oh my. There is something wrong with these. I just don't understand what or why. How. Like one. Same. So our next order of business would be, I think, inverse image. So what would the difference be? Okay, so we will be getting copies of these 3, which is pretty good. Increase paralysis as well. That's pretty good. And what would we be losing? What are we losing exactly? Skill area or something? That's kind of, no. Not exactly worthless, but not worth much. Okay, that's what we are losing. Whoa. So we are losing this one, and in return we are getting this one, and this one. Whoa. That's a little bit good. That's a little bit good. that's going to reduce our damage a little bit, but give us more life. At this point, let's try to keep our damage intact because our survivability is good and our damage isn't. But that tree is done. We want this one. So we want the inverse image here. Inverse image and the amulet are the last two things, I think. After that we can. That's definitely better. Okay. But it's not cheap, right? That 3.5k is good. And as for the inverse image, $185.10, which is the one we marked. Oh, the exact same thing. No, it's just the thing that we marked. It's not the one we marked. I think the one we marked in costs. It's showing me the same thing for the third time and the fourth time now. But it doesn't show me the. So at this point, you get 2% on the micros and 4% on the legendaries. I guess you pay the extra 250, right? So our next upgrades would be these. So would that be adding damage to us? We are going to lose a little bit of area, right? Which wouldn't be the end of the world. Our area would just be somewhat smaller. And in return, we are going to get total damage reduction, increased paralysis effect, which would mean we will be dealing more damage. So like 10% increased damage taken on the enemy, approximately. Depends on the situation, but so it's now 27, it's going to be 37. It becomes 8% or so damage up. That's gonna be like 300 million or so. Okay. And also we are going to get some strength out of it. Okay. So I am thinking that that's going to be enough to carry us to about 4 trillion. Not bad. Okay. So we need about 3,000 for one upgrade and about 3.5 thousand for the other. Antonius research. I mean, our pain in the Path of the Brave was rewarded, but obviously not worth it, right? I spent a ton of revival tokens. So, for example, I don't think I would dare to do the. I don't think I would dare to do the other one now, the Divinity thingy. I don't have too many left. Yeah. So yeah, we are out of juice. So that should get us to about 4. Yeah. So the amulet is going to be a nice balance of survivability and damage, but it's not going to add too much damage. I think with the amulet, after the amulet, we'll be at like 4.2 trillion. And I kind of wanted to, cap our damage before, going for SS20. I mean, cap damage means the damage on the dummy caps at 5 trillion. I wanted to get there. So the two options I have in mind, I'm guessing, so it's not very easy to get these exactly right, but I'm guessing about 4.2 trillion, even if we get the inverse image and the amulet. What would give us a ton of damage would be the chest, but it is extremely hard to get it. Because it's very specific, right? I mean, you need the maximum amount of strength, here 0 strength, and also so yeah, this is pretty toxic. Yeah, I mean, you need the maximum amount of damage added, right, on top of it per 7. Yeah, I mean, so you need the 2 right corruptions, right, and on top of that you want the thing that varies 1 in 8 to be perfect, which is, that's the result. But take a look at this. Take a look at this. 26% damage up. So that is 1 trillion damage up for us, approximately. Yeah. What I have is these are actually, so that's the thing, is that because we have insane strength, that 1 damage on the minimum makes that much of a difference. Okay. Actually, let me do this way. Okay. So 2 to 4 is bad for us, but as you can see, it loses us damage. But even 3 to 4 or 2 to 5 has damage. Sadly, these prices are terrible. The strength doesn't vary, right? So right now we made it back to a little bit of money, but the problem is that we don't really have too much left, right? I mean, we got some resources from the other character. We have sold most of our stuff. These invitations are a huge letdown, sadly. Try it, but I mean, I was selling them for like 37, 38, relatively recently. Hmm. Well, someone is camping these hard. This isn't a case of the thing being wrong, right? No. much did I buy that for? I think I bought the wrong one. Yeah. Yeah. Didn't pay attention. There is actually a tier to it. 46. 45. Okay. That's another thing to keep an eye on. That's going to mean damage, right? Because it increases the potency of the mark. That means they are going to take more crit damage, which means I will be inflicting more damage to them. 47. It is 47. And how much did I pay for it? 40. And mine is 37%. So it's not too bad, but so every mark makes them take 10% more crit damage. And ours amplifies it for 30 point. So they cannot be marked multiple times, right? I'm just trying to ascertain how much damage that's going to do. Stacking up to 8 times. So that means if it were a perfect one, it would increase by 400%. So it's going to take the increased crit damage taken by 50%, right? And the one I have is 296%. Well, that's actually a difference. So 29.6. What did I do? 30%. That's not correct though. That's not correct. I didn't do it correctly. 10% crit damage taken. Up to 200. Okay. So that's almost 40%. Okay. So we are missing out on almost 25% damage taken here because we are losing a low one. Because you are using a low one. Okay. Let me make a note of this as well. Didn't notice. So if I were to get like something like a 48%, say, so they would be taking instead of 30%, they would be taking 38% more damage from my critical strikes. Right? is it? About 7% damage up. Whoa. Whoa. Okay. And so how much is that? Dang, another expense. Another way of getting stronger too, but so if I can get 48% for 300 or better, that's a good thing. And people are not mispricing their stuff here, are they? 49. That's worth considering. So let's see how much a perfect is worth. Oh god, jumps hard. So at 400 something you can get 49%, right? But if you want to go a perfect one, is it worth it? So little to pay that much extra, right? So if I want 50%, I have to pay 900. If I want a 49%, I have to pay nearly 500. If I want to get a 48%, sorry, I didn't mean that one. That's interesting. So 48 and 49 both are near. Obviously, if I'm going up all the way here. So, a 48 around 200, I believe is fair. Right? If I can get there, I think that would be the sweet spot. But if I can't, I guess I can get a so is this business going on? I was making a little bit of money from these. Wow, these have been dropping very, very hard too. So let me just take a look at this. So what are single stacks for now? Is that 22? Of course, that's a little bit laughable, but so there are 32s. And 22, 32 is not bad. Okay. So a lot of people are doing 32. There are some 30s as well. Now at the brokenness level I am enjoying, anything is kind of welcome. So for example, that brilliant idea I had with the flipping of the superpowers was nice. So there is a good amount of 32s. Let's just try this. 31. Now, the one good thing about these when it worked was fast business, right? You would get like 20, they would sell in a certain amount of time, then you would go grab some more. Heal Your Rock has finally sold, so we have been almost back to 1K. Yeah. So inverse image is at around 3K, amulet is around 3.5K. Another option is to just grab the amulet at the amulet. We could go for the amulet with, where's the strength thingy? Where's the strength thingy? Can't see it. Blind. Strength. What's going on? Why can't I see it? Okay. Finally able to. 12% all stats, and that varies up to 15%. Okay, I don't think these are worth it. But yeah, adds, as you can see, mighty damage. Why? Because it's going to add a ton of damage. However, the all stats are a little bit on the low side. Yeah, the left one is actually somewhat better. If it was like 15% all stats, then I think we might have considered it. Because the damage that we gain is more than the survival we lose. Okay, now let's make a little bit of money and then rest will be deserved. Okay, so we like this. Okay, we definitely like this then. Wow, my precious revival tokens that I have saved up with so much pain. By the way, this is the highest amount of XP that we have ever reached. What I mean by that is on the Thea, we have built up a ton of XP, of course, but you know, we were able to play a little and then die, right? Highest I have reached was a little above 10% because you know, I distinctly remember saying, you know, to myself that you know I have reached the point where I can die and still have XP left after it, right? But no, it didn't last, as you can imagine. Sacred fossil, that's nice. That's money. That's actually a lot of money, like 45 or so. Okay. Fluorescent bubbles is what we want, and we have none of them. I could try this or I could get a single upgrade. Let me try this, maybe I'll get something good. Purple, I mean, did we do the statues?
Enjoy this moment. The champion deserves the honor.
We did, right? I'm streaming too long these days. But you know, guys, another expense is actually not something I'm complaining because you know that's going to mean damage, right? So guys, as a 50 millionth personal goal, I mean I would like to you know cap my damage on the dummy before we get started with the Supreme Showdown tries. So right now, obviously, I could go and try, right? But as I said, okay, so I wanted to, so So we have a lot of these two, right? So we kind of want some other maps. Abyss would be expensive, so let's buy ourselves some maps. Beacon. So which one is it? Steel Forge and Void. Ooh, very worthless. Wow, unreal. Okay, 0.3. Thank you. And what about the other one? Steel Forge. Okay. Let's try the same thing. Should work. I'm going to force myself to play for a while longer. Okay. Oh, it's the frosted garbage. Can I reset this? It doesn't even span the thing. Ray monsters inflict a stack of slow effect on targets within 8 meters of them for 3 seconds every 2 seconds, stacks up to 3 times. Well, that's going to be a little bit annoying, but probably not as bad as the thing. Yeah, these last modifiers have been nightmare. Okay. Right back, let me grab a drink. I did let this go on for too long, but let me force myself to grind to 20% XP. That will be like 8 more maps or so. Then I will be deserving of rest. How do people get this done quick? I mean, I'm talking about SS20. The slates are a very toxic mechanic, guys. I dislike it pretty hard because you know, you have to pay a cost, right? Then it can fail, right? Which is, you know, the basic mechanic in ARPGs. However, the price goes up and up until you know you just can't maintain it and have to buy yourself another base. That's the annoying part too. Because you know when, and the thing is, when you are, there is no rerolling one of them, right? So when you are doing a slate with multiple legendary traits, you have to. Shall I do this? Let's just do it. Why are they so fast? Also keep in mind that we are leveling our gems still, right? We did get some new gems. 50. Wow. So I'm gonna get some. Excuse me? Excuse me, sir? You gave me 1 FE?
Enjoy this moment. The champion deserves the honor.
Oh, I'm sorry, I apologize. It's actually much better. Also 0.1 FE on top. Wow. I stand corrected. It's not 1 FE but 1.1. So we haven't been dropping stuff really very properly. Yeah. I have forgotten the beautiful color of the 50 FE drops. Come on. Oh. 10, I guess it's something. That's the first time I think I ever achieved 50 on the carjack. Yeah. I would like to try some new mechanics, guys, especially the Void Pirate thingy is getting a little bit old. However, you know, without pets, this stuff is Most of the farms are garbage, so I'm kinda sadly committed to it. Got so much quantity here, man. Two commodity. Why is... I mean, guys, I'm trying to get 3 fluorescent bubbles together, and I can't. And I'm about to enter the dream here. I just need 1 fluorescent or a wind bubble to appear in my list. That's it. Okay. So at least it looks like we are quite safe in maps, right? That Path of the Brave, I was not expecting that. And you know, the game was warning me. You know, I mocked it, but I guess it knew something. So what I thought was, you know, our character is actually stronger than the dummy damage, right? Because the because of the eternity, right? It doesn't add any dummy damage, but actually it adds a ton of damage in maps. 1 fluorescent, okay. Thank you very much. Okay. So guys, I'm not expecting a lot from this dream, but let me at least get like 20 or something. There. Quantity. We go in now. Wow. That Path of the Brave, I was mighty surprised. But I guess in hindsight, I should have done it with the other belt. So if I can get my damage somewhat better, I think I can do it with Eternity, right? Because, you know, I would have a lot of Eternity stacks because I wouldn't kill slow. And the first few waves being boss waves, of course, put a rather large stopper in my plans. Wow, lots of memories, eh? So sometimes, or rarely I should say, these orange ones can be valuable. These are my old ones. Yeah, these are the ones I replaced today. So much quantity, right? I really feel like we are getting a little bit bullied in terms of drops here. Okay.
Never felt better. Keep fighting from victory to victory.
Okay, that was multiple trinkets, I think. Yes. Okay, that was money, thankfully. So this is, you know, what's been keeping us afloat mostly. So, you know, the dream can be really frustrating, but it can also, you know, hit hard like, you know, nothing else, I would say. Oh, yes. Stack of 20. Yes. This is nearly 400, by the way. Wow. So, guys, when this happens, it's insane. Stack of 20. Stack of 20 weapons. Weapons are worth 10 each. So that's like 200 on its own. Obviously, always before the auction house commission. Because that's good. That's pretty good for morale, finally. Because I don't think we have been getting a decent drop for some time now. Yeah. So it's not a drop, but you know. I actually took the wrong path because this is going to finish the map, but we haven't done the statues. So we'll have to double back. Let's do that. And guys, the movement speed actually helps doing the statues. Why? Because we have some power up that says, you know, statues that just left your radius can also be activated with the movement speed. You know, you can get a little bit more than normal. Okay, good.
Enjoy this moment. The champion deserves the honor.
Okay. This was decent money in this map that we did. Pretty decent, actually. Wow. That was a little bit above average, that's for sure. Oh! I picked the strictly worst thing. I saw the memory scraps, didn't quite properly read the right one. The one I picked was 21% of duplicating the memory scraps. The one to the right was 32% actually. Strictly better. I mean, I guess when you play for so long, it's bound to happen. Okay, nice.
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor and shame.
So forcing myself to get to 20% before I allow myself rest. Starting off with no purples is pretty bad. Type of bubble change. I don't like that too much because you do not always want to do that, but it's better than the others, I'm guessing. Did I lag or am I too tired? Could be both.
Keep fighting! From Victor!
Enjoy this moment. The champion deserves the honor.
It's very nice to finish the maps with the movement speed still intact. I'll go for 10 flat drops. I haven't been rerolling for some time. That's pretty bad. What the hell is this, man? Amber drop quantity. Shall we try it now? It's not too much money, but a little bit numbed. That's some explanation. So we take more lightning damage, I believe, is the gist of it. But that's such an explanation.
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor and shame.
Die? Also, we haven't been taking a look at we haven't been taking a look at our seasonal upgrades for some time. We have managed one epic. Not great. At this point, we should have had a legendary at the minimum. So you wanna reach red, relatively quickly, so you can copy the highest rarity that you have, or something like that. We have the cube. The cube actually gave us something the other day. I'm still surprised by it.
Never felt better.
And enjoy this moment. The champion deserves the honor.
Oh, legendary mage. That's the first time I see it. Now as a drop. These are worth like 5 or 6, I believe. Okay. Sorry, I forgot. Scraps. Now we go in.
Wimp.
Okay. Scrap. Go in. Wanna go up to 1k again, and also get the 20% XP, whichever comes later, but I think the 1k FE should be happening soonish. With Song 26, it can happen in a single drop even. Why are you guys surviving? That was interesting. They were blessed, maybe? Buddy, you are blanking so hard. Really?
Never felt better.
Change the type of 2 bubbles to whip. Obviously, that's best. And we get one more level. Okay, that's actually lucky. I wanted to hit it there because, as I said, guys, having multiple, like blues or so, instead you just want to have like one orange or one red. A higher rarity is better because you can just copy it or something like that. So am I rushing too much?
The champion deserves the honor.
The XP that we earn has quite reduced. It's 0.5% now. Maybe tad a little bit better. Scraps. Aiko, hello Adi. You came at the end of a long stream. Scraps?
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor and shame.
Drop something, okay? Really, man? That's what you gotta do? The heck is going on though? Okay, that's money, finally. It can't dodge. Did they revive again? Oh my god, that's the first time I ever see this. Revives have been revived. And that's 33 FE. All the stuff that has been revived has been revived. It's the first time I see this, and you know, guys, I did this mechanic quite a bit. To put it very mildly. Okay, change the type Nether Realm. I'm not very happy. So we are getting an extra upgrade, so that's why I'm doing it. Could have been better served with a single upgrade maybe.
The champion deserves the honor.
Okay. No scraps. Scraps. That's scraps, right? I mean, very low but scraps. And it is better than any amount of threads that we will be getting.
Never felt better.
Scraps. Okay. Oh. Only chests. I love these realms. Right? That's a nice touch. I like it. This should be some money for us at least. Maybe. No. Okay. Maybe a bit of money. Well, I did say a bit, and that's what it gave. A bit. Really, money? Anything? Something? Okay. That's like 10 FE by now. 15. Okay. The number of chests that are being opened is pretty nice, but the drops, nope. What the heck, man? Drop something. It's a little above 20 FE, maybe? Come on. The gift, okay. Whoa. Okay, that's money. That's like 60. Okay, so we are nearing 100. Okay.
Hearty Falca battle.
Not bad. At about 100, I will not complain. The way that it was going, I was going to.
Wimp.
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor and shame.
The Hanged Man
Oh no. That's the one that paralyzes, pretty tiresome. Stuns. I need to remember. Okay, so that's good. Black Sail and ups 1 by 1 tier, and now we are going to get another tier upgrade. Okay. It's not very early, but we did manage to hit a red one, right?
Keep fighting from victory to victory.
This mechanic has not been kind to us for some time.
The devil.
The devil.
Enjoy this moment. The champion deserves the honor.
The sun.
Wimp.
The toughness is really unreal. Wow. You know, the speed which these mechanics kill my Thea at is less than half a second or something. Kind of insta kill, and this guy just face tanks them, and the HP doesn't move. Lovely. It's a very nice change of pace. I wish, you know, it didn't take so much effort. One more. Okay, so that's going to be 20% of destined goal. We also have managed to hit, 1K. 42% of duplicated, 53% additional quantity. That's a little bit hard to gauge. We have a lot of quantity. We do not have a duplicate, right? Okay, let's just get double because we have 5 things that do memory thingies. A duplicate would be nice. We did get like 210 only. That was actually awful. Okay, so we got to the designated goal of 1K. Okay.
When can I get an epic fight, Valka? I really can't wait any longer.
Bashar Josh is back in business, unifying wage sold. We have 20 weapons. Whoa. I'm gonna go with like 10.9, let's say. So I would be undercutting the breakpoint of 11. We have actually a little bit more, of course, right? I mean, provided the stuff that we have sells. Yeah, we have a little bit. Let's undercut these again. Yeah, we should have around 2K easily. That's not too bad actually. Still worthless. Okay. That's the story of a legendary. Okay.
Valga challenge.
Also, we are still leveling that gem, aren't we? Again, it's a slow leveler. But it doesn't do much. I mean, it gives a little bit of percentage to the aura, and that gives a little bit percentage to us, so it does get a little bit stronger. So it's not going to add 0 damage, it's going to add some damage, but yeah, not too much. Still nice. Okay, so okay. So we haven't hit the 1k. We haven't hit the 20% XP, but let me just go over the thing again. Search history. So I want to keep everything that I'm interested in the search history, so I can go over it quickly. Yeah, these are very popular, and whoa, wow, so good. So there is that. Can't do that, but what we can do, sadly. So these are pretty good, right? We do not let go of our survivability, and we gain a decent bit of damage. 3 to 4, 2 to 5 doesn't really matter, but they are a little bit more, they're a little bit expensive. So, I wanna keep it in, the price performance thingy. Let's take a look at this one. So I'm looking at 4 things now, right? The chest is easily the last one. So 45, 47, 47. That's actually worth considering. 47 at 259 is good. Something that's like 48 around these prices, I think, is definitely worth grabbing. Yeah. 49 for 488 is one option. 259 at 47 is another option. If I can get 48 on 200s, it's fine. Of 50% on 500s is fine. This is not unacceptable. We can also think about that one. So we have taken a look at the inverse image, we have taken a look at the heart piercer, we have taken a look at the chest. There is the one last thing that we want to take a look at. That one, but not in that form, but max life. Yeah, we have got nothing new. So that one is, I think, a pretty top-notch one. I mean, damage and survival both in green. And the thing is, guys, this is not a complicated item. So what it says, it really delivers. Right? It makes us more survivable and increases our damage. Pretty nice. I actually am considering this item as the first thing that we grab, because this is, you can't really find this very easily. Why? Because so the stats have to be right? On top of that, it has a corruption, and it's also perfect, right? And because it's corrupted, you can't re-roll it or anything, right? So this is not easy to find. And all stats translates to strength for us because the other stats are being heavily penalized thanks to this helmet. They just go away. It's a nice thing that I decided to take a look at this helmet, so that gained us some damage. So if I want, we can afford the heart piercer now, right? But maybe it's better if we do the other thing. Okay, let's just finish this. Okay. Maybe I'll force myself to do 1 or 2 more maps to get the dream done. No need, we are getting done with the dream now. So that was mighty pathetic. I mean, it took us so long to build the node. Wimp. Okay, so this can be our final map. Very well deserved rest. So it doesn't look like we made a lot of money, guys. I mean, and if we didn't, but it's better than one thinks of, because we have a lot of fluorescent memory cards, for example. Those could be sold. That's always the auctional slots, though. Pretty troubling. You really gave me the 2 white ones.
Keep fighting from victory to victory. The hardy Falcon.
I hope it wakes the guy up. Hope he didn't. I mean, about 50 or so still, not too bad. Maybe even a little bit better, depending on the value of that compass we had just gotten. Dream tokens are sold.
Fighting from victory to victory.
And
The hardy Falcon battle.
let's take a look at this. I don't think so. So with the priceless items, guys, this is very misleading. The name misleads you, the rarity misleads you. You get them very rarely, and they are still garbage. Why? Because they have an implicit on them, and that implicit has to be good for them to be valuable. So up until now, I sold like a few of them, but I got only one that was valuable. I got a one with armor penetration, I think. That was like 500 or so. That's it. Nothing else. The others I have gotten were 5 or 10 or something. So we are done. Reached 20%. I think this was not a bad grind. So I will continuously keep an eye on the support gem and prism. Would be nice to if we could get something that's good.
Drink.
So with those changes, I should think we should get close. But there is an inexplicable gap between Milky's damage and mine, because on most items I seem to be outdoing him. So yeah, I don't know how we are so short in terms of damage. Okay, so that's 1.3k. You could also do this. They haven't actually getting a little bit more valuable, are they? Okay, let's try this. Maybe it sells. Yeah, one of the things that never goes out of fashion, memory scraps, because of the way that memories are being handled this season. Let me try a little bit of lameness. I have been failing at this lameness, by the way. When I was broke, there were so many of these, and I can't even buy one now. Oh, we have a ton of tomorrow's direction, which we could sell. So these are... Oh, they gained value. Really? That's interesting. Well, that's a high variance. These are falling constant. Okay. Let's cash our final things out.
Bring back the glories that exist in our memories of the past. Clear away the haze to reveal the truth of the era of the six gods.
Wow, so many of these. $1.5k. I mean, yeah. Cash, I guess. We also have a little bit left over, right? We have the matchless amber. So we have 600 worth of stuff awaiting sale, which should be selling at these prices or thereabouts. So we are on about 2,000. Yeah. Well, the first thing I got my eye on, I believe, is the amulet, because as I said, I don't think we can really upgrade this. Or, I could try to find a version of it that has strength 3 times and life once. But that's going to lose us survivability, right? So search history. So 2 life and 2 strength. That's the one we are using. Or the other alternative is 3 strength and 1 life. But I would like it to be corrupted with a little bit more stats, I guess. So decent damage I did though. 17.7%. Loses 14.9 survival. I mean, not bad. That gets us to above 4,000 strength or so, I'm guessing. Okay, tomorrow's direction is sold. Okay, so let's try this. This does sell for some reason. Not many people level it, I guess. So I'll see you guys. Thanks for watching. Bye bye.